the book of the prophet YsaYahu, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Yahudah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Achaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for Yahweh hath spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox knoweth his owner, and a donkey his master's crib. But Israel does not know, my people do not consider. O sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken Yahweh. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel to anger. They have gone away backward. They have despised Kodesh Israel. Why should you be stricken anymore? You revolt more and more. The whole head is sick, and the whole heart faint. From the sole of thy foot even to the head, there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been clothed, neither bound up, neither mollified with ointment. Your country is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire. Your land, strangers devour it in your presence, and it's desolate and overthrown by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is left as a cottage in a vineyard, as a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. Except Yahweh Shabbat had left unto us a very small remnant, we should have been as Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah. Hear ye the word of Yahweh, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear unto the Torah of our Elohim, you people of Amor. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith Yahweh? I'm full of your burnt offerings and rams and the fat of your fed beasts, and don't delight in the blood of bulls or lambs or male goats. YsaYahu, chapter 1, verse 12. When you come to appear before me, who has required this at your hand, to trample in my courts? Bring no more vain offerings. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moon and the Shabbat, the calling of the assemblies, I cannot endure with. It is iniquity even at solemn meetings and convocations. I can't bear with evil assemblies. My soul hates your new moons and your appointed feasts. They are burden to me. I'm weary of bearing them. When you spread forth your hands, I'll hide my eyes from you. Yeah. When you make many prayers, I'll not hear you. Your hands are full of blood. Wash yourselves and make yourselves clean. Put away the evil doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do well. Seek justice. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless. Plead for the widow. Come now and let us reason together, says Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they be white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If you're willing to be obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, ye shall be devoured with the sword, for the mouth of Yah has spoken it. How's the faithful city become a harlot? It was full of righteousness and judgment lodged in it. But now, murderers. Your silver has become dross, your wine mixed with water. Your princes are rebellious, and the companion of thieves. Everyone loveth gifts and followeth after rewards. They judge not after the fatherless, and neither do the cause of the widow come unto them. Therefore saith Yahweh Sabaoth, the mighty one of Israel, Therefore saith Adon Yahuwah Sabaoth, the mighty one of Israel, I'll ease me of mine adversaries and avenge me of my enemies. Turn my hand upon you and purely purge away your dross and take away all your tin. And I'll restore your judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Afterward, you shall be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Zion shall be redeemed with judgments, and her converts with righteousness shall be together. And they that forsake Yahweh shall be consoled. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 1, verse 38. The destruction of the transgressors. The destruction of the transgressors and the sinners shall be put together, and they that forsake Yahweh shall be consoled. For they shall be ashamed of the oaks which ye have desired, and ye shall be confounded for the gardens that you've chosen. For ye shall be as an oak whose leaf fadeth, and as a garden that have no water. The strong shall be as tow, and the maker of it as a spark, and they shall both be burned together, and none shall quench them. YsaYahu, chapter 2. The word of YsaYahu, the son of Amos, saw concerning Yehudah and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahuwah's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all the nations shall flow unto it. And many people shall go and say, Come, let us come up and go to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of the Elohim of Yaakov, and he'll teach us his ways, and we'll walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the Torah. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of Yahuwah shall go from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. O house of Jacob, come ye, and let us walk in the light of Yahweh. Therefore thou hast forsaken thy people, the house of Yaakov, because they be replenished from the east, and they are soothsayers like the Philistines. And they've pleased themselves in the children of strangers. Their land also is full of silver and gold. Neither is there any end to their treasures. And their land is also full of horses. Neither is there any end to their chariots. Their land also is full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. And the mean man boweth down, and the great man humbled himself. Therefore forgive them not. Enter into the rock and hide yourselves in the dust. Fear Yahweh, and for the glory of his majesty. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, and the haughtiness of man shall be bowed down. And Yah alone shall be exalted in that day. YsaYahu, chapter 2, verse 12. For the day of Yahweh Sabaoth shall be upon everyone that's proud and lofty, and upon everyone that's lifted up, and he shall be brought low. And upon the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and upon the oaks of Bashan, and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are lifted up, and upon every high tower, and upon every fenced wall. and upon all the ships of Tarshish, and upon all the pleasant pitchers. And the loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of man shall be made low. Yah alone shall be exalted in that day, and the idols shall he utterly abolish. And they shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth for the fear of Yahweh, and for the glory of his majesty, when he arises to shake the earth terribly. YsaYahu chapter 2, 19. And they shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth for the fear of Yahweh, and for the glory of his majesty, and when he arises to shake the earth terribly. And in the day that man shall cast his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which he hath made, each one for himself to worship, to the moles and to the bats. YsaYahu chapter 2, verse 20. In that day shall a man cast his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which they've made each one for himself to worship, to the moles and to the bats. And in that day shall a man cast his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which they made each one for himself to worship, to the moles and to the bats, to go into the cliffs of the rocks and to the tops of the ragged rocks. Isaiah 3. For behold, Adon Yahweh Sabaoth do take away from Jerusalem and from Yehudah the stay of the staff, the whole stay of bread, and the whole stay of water. Thy mighty man of war, the judge and the prophet, the prudent and the ancient, the captain of 50 and honorable men, and the counselor and the cunning artificer and the eloquent orator. I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them. And the people shall be oppressed, everyone by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable. When a man shall take hold of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler, and let this ruin be under thy hand. YsaYahu 3 and 7. And in that day shall he swear, saying, I'll be not a healer, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people. For Jerusalem is ruined, and Yehudah is fallen, because of their tongues and because of their doings are against Yahweh, to provoke the eyes of his glory. Isaiah 3 and 9. The shore of their countenance do witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe unto their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves. YsaYahu 3 and 9. Isaiah 3 and 9. The shore of their countenance do witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. The shore of their countenance doeth witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom. Woe to their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves. They say to the righteous that it'll be well with them, for they shall eat the fruit of their own doings. Woe to the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hand shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy path. Yah standeth to plead, and standeth to judge the people. For Yahweh will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people, and the princes thereof. For ye ate up the vineyard, and the spoil of the poor is in your houses. What mean ye that you beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor? saith Adonai, Yahweh, Sabaoth. Moreover, saith Yahweh, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks, and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and Yahweh will discover their secret parts. And in that day, Adonai will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and the calls and the round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs, the headbands and the tablets and the earrings and the rings and the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, the glasses and the fine linen and the hoods and the veils. And it shall come to pass that instead of a sweet smell, there shall be a stink, and instead of a girdle, a rent. Instead of well-set hair, baldness. Her gates shall lament and mourn, and she shall be desolate and sit on the ground. And it shall come to pass, instead of a sweet smell, there shall be a stink, and instead of a girdle, a rent. Instead of well-set hair, baldness. Instead of a smoker, a grinding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty men in war. YsaYahu 3:26. Her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground. YsaYahu 4. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we'll eat our own bread, and wear our own apparel. Let's only be called by thy name to take away our reproach. And in that day the branch of Yah shall be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and comely for them that are escaped Israel. And it shall come to pass that he that is left in Zion, and he that remaineth in Jerusalem, shall be called holy, even everyone that's written among the living in Jerusalem. Isaiah 4:4. And when Adonai shall have washed away the filth from the daughters of Zion, and have purged the blood of Jerusalem from the midst thereof, by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning, Yahweh will create upon every dwelling place of Mount Zion, and upon her assemblies, a cloud and smoke by day, and the burning of a flaming fire by night. For upon all the glory shall be a defense, and there shall be a tabernacle for a shadow in the daytime from the heat, and for a place of refuge, for a cover from the storm and from rain. YsaYahu 5. Now I'll sing to my beloved a song of my beloved touching his vineyard. My well-beloved had a vineyard in a very fruitful hill, and he fenced it and gathered out the stones thereof and planted it with the choicest vine, and built a tower in the midst of it, and also made a wine press therein. And he took it and brought forth grapes, and brought forth wild grapes. Now, O inhabitants of Jerusalem, and men of Judah, judge, I pray you, betwixt me and my vineyard. What could have been done more to my vineyard that I have not done to it? Wherefore, when I looked that it should bring forth grapes, brought it forth wild grapes? Now go to, and I'll tell you what I'll do to my vineyard. I'll take away the hedge thereof, and it shall be eaten up, and break down the wall thereof, and it shall be trodden down. I'll lay it waste, it shall not be purged or digged, but there shall come up briars and thorns. And I'll also command the clouds, that they rain no more upon it. For the vineyards of Yahweh Shabbat is the house of Israel, and the men of Judah are his pleasant plant. He looked for judgment, but behold oppression, for righteousness, but behold a cry. Woe to them that join house to house, that lay field to field, till there be no place, that they may be placed alone in the midst of the earth. YsaYahu 5 and 9. In my ears saith YsaYahu, of a truth many houses shall be desolate, even great and fair, without inhabitant. Yea, 10 acres of vineyard shall yield one batch, and the seed of an omer shall yield an ephah. Woe to them that rise up early in the morning, that they may follow strong drink, that continue unto night, to the wine inflammable. This is YsaYahu 5 and 12. The harp and the viol and the tablet and the pipe and the wine are in their feast. But they regard not the work of Yahweh, neither consider the operation of his hands. Therefore my people are gone into captivity. Therefore my people are gone into captivity, because they've no knowledge. Therefore my people are gone into captivity, because they have no knowledge, and their honorable men are famished, and their multitude dried up with thirst. Therefore hell have enlarged herself, and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory, and their multitude, and their pomp, and their rejoice shall descend into it. And their glory, and their multitude, and their pomp, and he that rejoices shall descend into it. And the mean men shall be brought down, and the mighty men shall be humbled, and the eyes of the lofty shall be humbled. But Yahweh Shabbat shall be exalted in judgment, and the El that's holy shall be sanctified in righteousness. Then shall the lambs feed after their manner, and the waste places of the fat ones shall strangers eat. YsaYahu 5 and 18. Woe unto them that draw iniquity with cords of vanity and sin, as it were with a cart rope. They say, let him make speed and hasten his work, that we can see it. And let the counsel of the Holy One of Israel draw nigh and come, that we may know it. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to them that are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight. Woe to them that are mighty to drink wine and men of strength to mingle strong drink, which justify the wicked for reward and take away the righteousness of the righteous from them. YsaYahu 5 and 22. Woe unto them that are mighty to drink wine and men of strength to mingle strong drink, which justify the wicked for reward and take away the righteousness of the righteous from them. Therefore, as the fire devour the stubble, and the flame consume the chaff, so shall their root be as rottenness, and their blossoms shall go up as the dust, because they've cast away the law of Yahweh Shabbat, and despised the Kodesh one of Israel, the Holy One of Israel, because they cast away the Torah of Yahweh Shabbat, and despise Imra Kodesh Israel. Therefore the anger of Yahweh was kindled against his people, and he has stretched forth his hand against them, and have smitten them. And the hills did tremble, and their carcasses were torn in the midst of the streets. And for all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is still stretched out. But his hand is still stretched out. YsaYahu 5:26. And he'll lift up an ensign to the nations from afar, and will hiss unto them from the end of the earth. And none shall be weary nor stumble among them. None shall slumber nor sleep. Neither shall the girdle of their loins be loose, nor the latchet of their shoes be broken. Whose arrows are sharp and all their bows bent. Their horses' hooves shall be counted like flint, and their wheels like a whirlwind. Their roaring shall be like a lion. They shall roar like a young lion. Yeah, they shall roar and lay hold of the prey, and shall carry it away safe, and none shall deliver it. YsaYahu 5:30. And in that day shall they roar against them like the roaring of a sea. And if one look into the land, behold, darkness and sorrow, and the light is darkened in the heavens thereof. YsaYahu 6. In the year that King Uzziah died, I also saw the Lord, Adonai, sitting upon the throne, high lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Above it stood the seraphim. Each one had 6 wings. With twain he covered his face, with twain he covered his feet, and with twain did he fly. And one cried to another, saying, Holy, holy, holy is Yahweh Sabaoth. The whole earth is full of his glory. YsaYahu 6:4. And the post of the door moved at the voice of him that cried, and the house was filled with smoke. Then I said, Woe is me, for I'm undone, because I'm a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips. For my eyes have seen the King of hosts, Yahweh Sabaoth. Then flew one of the seraphim unto me, having a live coal in his hand, and he had taken it with tongs from the altar, and he laid it upon my mouth and said, Behold, this has touched your lips, and your iniquity is taken away, and your sin is purged. Also I heard the voice of Adonai saying, Whom shall I send, and who will go for us? Then I said, Here I am, send me. And he said, Go and tell this people, Hear ye indeed, but understand not. See ye indeed, but perceive not. YsaYahu 6:10. Make the heart of this people fat, and their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they shall see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their hearts, and convert, and be healed. Then I said, Adonai, how long? And he answered, Until the cities be wasted without inhabitation, and the houses without man, and the land be utterly desolate. And I have removed men far away, and it be a great forsaking in the midst of the land. But yet in it shall be a tenth, and it shall return, and shall be eaten as a tall tree, and as an oak whose substance is in them when they cast their leaves. So the holy seed shall be the substance thereof. YsaYahu 7. And it came to pass in the days of Ahaz, the son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Yehudah, at Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, went up towards Jerusalem, but could not prevail against it. And it was told the house of David, saying, Aram is confederate with Ephraim, and his heart was moved in the heart of his people, as the trees of the wood are moved with the wind. Then Yahweh said unto YsaYahu, Go forth now and meet Achaz, you and YsaYahu your son, at the end of the conduit of the upper pool in the highways of the fuller's field. And say unto him, Take heed and be quiet, fear not, neither be faint-hearted for the 2 tails of these smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin with Aram, the son of Remaliah, because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah has taken evil counsel against you, saying, Let us go up against Yehudah and vex it, and let us make a breach therein for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabeel. Thus saith Adonai, It shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass. For the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years shall Ephraim be broken, that it be not a people. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria. And the head of Samaria is Remaliah's son. And if you had not believed, surely you shall not be established. YsaYahu 7 and 10. Moreover, Yahweh spake unto Ahaz, saying, Ask ye a sign of Elohim. Ask it either in the depth or in the height above. But Ahaz said, I'll not ask, neither will I test Yahweh. YsaYahu 7 and 13. And he said, Hear ye now, O house of David. Is it a small thing for you to weary men, but for you to weary my Elohim also? Therefore Adonai himself shall give you a sign. And behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child shall know to refuse evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings. And Yahweh shall bring upon you, and upon your people, and upon your father's house, days that have not come, from the day that Ephraim departed from Yehudah, even unto the king of Ashur. YsaYahu 7 and 19. And they shall come and rest all of them in the desolate valleys, and in the holes of the rocks, and upon all thorns, and upon all bushes. In the same day shall Adonai shave with the razor that's hired, namely them that's beyond the river by the king of Syria, the head and the hair of the feet, and it also shall consume the beard. And it shall come to pass that day, that a man shall nurse a young cow and 2 sheep, and it shall come to pass, for the abundance of the milk that they shall give shall he eat butter. For butter and honey shall everyone eat that's left in that land. And it shall come to pass in that day, that every place shall be, where there were thousands of vines and thousands of silverlings, it shall be even for briars and thorns. With arrows and bows shall men come thither, because all the land has become briars and thorns. And on all the hills that be digged with the mattock, there shall not come thither the fear of briars and thorns, but it shall be for the sending forth of oxen and for the treading of lesser cattle. YsaYahu 8. Moreover, Yahweh said unto me, take with thee a great roll, and write in it with the man's pen concerning Mahari Shah Luar Kuashbaz. And I took unto me faithful witness to record YsaYahu the priest, and ZACHARIAH the son of YsaYahu. And I went unto the prophetess, and she conceived and bare a son. Then said Yahweh to me, call his name Mahari Shah Luar Kuashbaz. Before the child shall have knowledge to cry, Ma'abi Ma'imi. The riches of Damascus and the spoils of Samaria shall be taken away before the king of Assyria. YsaYahu 8 and 5. Yahweh also spake unto me again, saying, for as much as this people refuseth the water of Shiloah, that goeth softly and rejoice in Rezin, Yahu's son. Now therefore, behold, Adonai bringeth upon them the waters of the river, strong and many, even the king of Assyria in all his glory. And he shall come up over all his channels and go over all his banks. And he shall pass through Judah, and he shall overflow and go over, and he shall reach even to the neck, and the stretching out of his wings shall fill the breadth of thy land, O Emmanuel. Associate yourselves, O you people, and ye shall be broken into pieces. And give ear, all ye of far countries. Gird yourselves, and ye shall be broken into pieces. YsaYahu 8 and 10. Take counsel together, and it'll come to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand, for Elohim is with us. For Yahweh spake thus unto me with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people, saying, say ye not a confederacy to all them to whom this people shall say a confederacy. Neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. Sanctify Yahweh Sabah himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of a stumbling block, for a rock of offense to both houses of Israel. For again and for a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and be snared and be taken. YsaYahu 8 and 16. Bind up the testimony and seal the law among my disciples, and I'll wait on Yahweh that hideth his face from the house of Jacob, and I'll look for him. Behold, I and the children whom Yahweh hath given me are for signs and for wonders in Israel, from Yahweh Sabah, which dwelleth in Mount Zion. YsaYahu 8, 19. And when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek unto their Elohim, for the living to the dead? YsaYahu 8 and 20. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it's because there's no light in them. And they shall pass through it hardly bestead and hungry. And it shall come to pass that when they shall be hungry, that they shall fret themselves and curse their king and their Elohim, and look upward. And they shall look unto the earth, and behold trouble and darkness, dimness of anguish, and they shall be driven to darkness. YsaYahu 9, chapter 9. Nevertheless, the dimness should not be such as it was in her vexation, when at the first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterward did more grievously afflict her by way of the sea, beyond Jordan and Galilee of the nations. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them have the light shine. Thou hast multiplied the nation, and not increased the joy. They joy before thee, according to the joy in the harvest, and as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. For thou hast broken the yoke of his burden, and the staff of his shoulder, rod of his oppressor as in the day of Midian. YsaYahu 9 and 5. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise, and garments rolled in blood. But this shall be with burning and fuel of fire. For unto us a child is born, and unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty Elohim, the Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Gibor El, Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty El, the Everlasting Abba, the Everlasting Sar Shalom. Isaiah 9 and 7. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, upon his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and justice from henceforth ever forever. The zeal of Yahweh Sabaoth shall perform this. And Adonai sent word unto Jacob, and it hath lightened upon Israel. And all the people shall know, even Ephraim and the inhabitants of Samaria, that say in the pride and stoutness of their heart, the bricks are fallen down, but we'll build with hewn stone. The sycamores are cut down, but we'll change them into cedars. Therefore, Yahweh will set up the adversaries of Rezin against him and join his enemies together. The Syrians before and the Philistines behind, and they shall devour Israel with an open mouth. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out. For the people turneth not unto him that smiteth them, neither do they seek Yahweh of hosts. Therefore, Yahweh will cut off from Israel head and tail, branch and rush in one day. Isaiah 9:15. The ancient and honorable, he's the head, and the prophet that teacheth lies, he's the tail. For the leaders of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed. Isaiah 9 and 16. For the leaders of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed. Therefore Adonai shall have no joy in their young men, neither shall have mercy on their fatherless and widows. For every one of them is a hypocrite and an evildoer, and every mouth speaketh folly. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. For wickedness burneth as a fire, and shall devour the briars and the thorns, and shall kindle in the thickets of the forest, and shall kindle in the thickets of the forest, and they shall mount up like the lifting of smoke. YsaYahu 9 and 19. Through the wrath of Yahweh Sabaoth is the land darkened, and the people shall be as fuel of the fire. No man shall spare his brother, and he shall snatch on the right hand and be hungry. And he shall eat on the left hand, and they shall not be satisfied. They shall eat every man the flesh of his own arm. YsaYahu 9 and 21. Manasseh Ephraim, Manasseh, and they together shall be against Yehudah. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 10. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that right grievousness which they prescribe. They turn aside the needy from judgment, and take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. And what will you do in the day of visitation, and in the desolation which shall come from far? To whom will you flee for help, and where will you leave your glory? Without me they shall bow down under the prisoners, and they shall fall under the slain. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. O Assyrian, the rod of my anger and the staff in their hand is my indignation. I'll send him against the hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him charge to take a spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire in the streets. Howbeit he mean not so, neither do his heart think so. But it's in his heart to destroy and cut off nations, not a few. For he said, are not my princes altogether kings? Is not Carno as Carchemish? Is not Hamath as Apad? Is not Samaria as Damascus? As my hand has found the kingdoms of the idols, and whose graven images did excel them of Jerusalem and of Samaria. Shall I not, have I done unto Samaria and her idols, so do to Jerusalem and her idols? Wherefore it shall come to pass that when Yahweh hath performed his whole work upon Mount Zion and on Jerusalem, I'll punish the fruit of the stout heart of the king of Syria, and the glory of his high looks. And it shall come to pass that when Adonai hath performed his whole work upon Mount Zion and on the Jerusalem, I'll punish the fruit of the stout heart of the king of Assyria, and the glory of his high looks. Where he said, by the strength of my hand I've done it, and by my wisdom I'm prudent, and I've removed the bounds of the people, and I robbed their treasures, and I put down the inhabitants like a valiant man, and my hand has found as a nest the riches of the people. And as one gathered the eggs that are left, I've gathered all the earth, and there was none that moved the wing or opened the mouth or peeped against me. Shall the axe boast himself against him that heweth therewith? Or shall a saw magnify himself against him that shaketh it? Or as a rod should make himself against him that lifteth up? Or as a staff should lift up itself against the wood, as if it were no wood? Or as if a staff should lift up itself as if it was no wood? Therefore shall the Adonai Yahweh Sabaoth send his fat ones among the leanness, and under his glory shall he kindle a burning like unto a burning of fire. And the light of Israel shall be for a fire, and his Holy One for a flame. And it shall burn and devour his throne and his briars in one day, and shall consume the glory of his forest and of his fruitful field, both soul and body. And they shall be as when a standard bearer fainteth, and the rest of the trees of his forest shall be few, that a child may ride them. And it shall come to pass in that day, that the remnant of Israel and of the house of Jacob shall no more again stay upon him that smote him, but shall stay upon Yahuwah, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. The remnant shall return even unto the remnant of Yahuwah, unto the Giboriel. For though my people Israel be as the sand of the sea, yet but a remnant of them shall return. The consumption decreed shall overflow with righteousness. The Adonai Yahweh Sabaoth shall make a consumption even determined in the midst of all the land. Therefore, thus saith Adonai Yahweh Sabaoth, O my people that dwelleth in Zion, be not afraid of the Assyrian. He shall smite thee with the rod, and shall lift up his staff against thee after the manner of Egypt. For yet a very little while, and the indignation shall cease, and my anger in their destruction. And Yahweh Sabaoth shall stir up a scourge for him, according to the slaughter of Midian at the rock of Oreb. And as his rod was upon the sea, so shall he lift it up after the manner of Egypt. And it shall come to pass in that day, that his burden shall be taken away from off thy shoulder, and his yoke from off thy neck. And the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. And the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. He's come to Ai. He's passed the Migron. At Michmath he laid up his carriages. They gone over the passage. They've taken up their lodging at Geba. Ramah's afraid. Gibeon of Saul is fled. Lift up thy voice, O daughter of Galim. Cause it to be heard at Laish, O poor Anathoth. Madmenah is removed. The inhabitants of Gibeon gather themselves to flee. As yet shall he remain at Nob that day. As yet shall he remain at Nob that day. Shall he shake his hand against the mount of the daughter of Zion. YsaYahu 10 and 32. Behold, the Adon, Yahweh Sabaoth, shall lap the borrow with terror, and the high ones of stature shall be hewn down, and the haughty shall be humbled. And he shall cut down the thickets of the forest with iron, and Lebanon shall fall by the mighty one, and Lebanon shall fall by the Adir. YsaYahu 11. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow forth out of his roots. And the spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him, and the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yah, and shall make him of quick understanding. And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. YsaYahu 11 and 4. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity the meek of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf, and the young lion, and the fatling together. And a little child shall lead them. The cow and the bear shall feed. Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like an ox, and the suckling child shall play on the hole of a wasp. And the weaned child shall put his hand on a viper's den, and they shall not hurt nor destroy in my holy mountain. For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yah, as the water covers the sea. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious. YsaYahu 11 and 11. And it shall come to pass in that day, that Adonai shall set his hand again the second time, to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria. and from Egypt, and from Patmos, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Sinai, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel together, and the dispersed out of Judah from the four corners of the earth. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Yehudah shall be cut off. And Ephraim shall not envy Yehudah, and Yehudah shall not vex Ephraim, but they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines towards the west. They shall spoil them of the east together, and they shall lay their hand upon Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. And Yahweh shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea. With his mighty wind shall he shake his hand over the river, and smite it in the seven streams, and make men go over dry shod. And there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, like it was for Israel in the day when he came up out of the land of Egypt. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 12. And in that day shall you say, O Yahweh, I'll praise you. Though you were angry with me, and your anger is turned away, and you comforted me. Behold, El is my Yeshua, and I'll trust. And be not afraid, for Yahweh is my strength and my song. He's become my Yeshua. Behold, El is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For Yahweh is my strength and my song. He's become my salvation. Therefore with joy shall you draw water out of the wells of Yeshua, out of the wells of salvation. And in that day shall ye say, Praise Yahweh, and call upon his name. Declare his doings among the people. Make mention that his name is exalted. Sing unto Yahweh, for he's done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Cry out and shout, you inhabitants of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Yasharal in the midst of you. For cry out and shout, you inhabitants of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Israel in the midst of you. The book of Isaiah, chapter 13. The burden of Babylon, which YsaYahu the son of Amos did see. Lift up your banner upon the high mountain, exalt your voice unto them. Shake the hand that they may go into the gates of the nobles. I've commanded my sanctified ones. I've also called my mighty one for mine anger, even them that rejoice in my highness. The noise of a multitude in mountains is like a great people, a tumultuous noise of the kingdoms of nations gathered together. And Yahweh Sabaoth mustered the host of the battle. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 13, verse 5. They come from a far country, from the end of heaven, even Yahweh, and the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole land. Howl ye, for the day of Yah is at hand, and it shall come as a destruction from the Almighty, El Shaddai. Therefore shall the hands be faint, and every man's heart shall melt, and they shall be afraid. Pains and sorrow shall take hold of them, and they shall be in pain as a woman that travaileth. They shall be amazed one at another. Their faces shall be as flames. Behold, the day of Yahweh cometh, cruel, both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate, and he shall destroy the sinners thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and the constellations thereof shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened in its going forth, and the moon shall not cast her light to shine. And I'll punish the world for the evil and for the wicked of their iniquity. And I'll cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. And I'll lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. And I'll make men more precious than fine gold. The book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 12. And I'll make men more precious than fine gold, even a man, than the gold wedge of Ophir. Therefore I'll shake the heavens, and the earth shall be moved out of her place, and the wrath of Yahweh shall abide in the day of his fierce anger. And it shall be as the chase roll, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee everyone into his land. And everyone that's found shall be thrust through, and everyone that's joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed into pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. The book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 17. Behold, I'll stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver. And as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Their bowls also shall dash the young men into pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes shall not spare children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees, excellency, shall be as when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, and it shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch a tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their abode there. Isaiah 13 and 21. But wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there. Isaiah 13 and 22. And the wild beasts of the islands shall cry in their desolate houses, and the dragons in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. Crocodiles in their pleasant palaces, and her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. The book of Isaiah, chapter 14. For Yah will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and will set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined unto them, and they shall cleave unto the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them into their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Yah for servants and for handmaids. And they shall take them captive, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yah shall give thee rest from thy sorrows, and from the fear, and from the hard bondage wherein you were made to serve. The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 3. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh will give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve. That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, how has the oppressor ceased? The golden city has ceased. Isaiah 14 and 5. For Yah hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of rulers, who smote the people in wrath and a continual stroke. He that ruled the nations in anger and is persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yeah, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art laid down, no feller has come up against thee. Isaiah 14 and 9. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming, and stir up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones, and all the kings of the nations. And all they shall speak and say unto thee, art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto one of us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of the vows, and the worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I'll ascend into heaven, and I'll exalt my stone above the stars of Yah. And I'll exalt my throne above the stars of Yah. And I'll also sit upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I'll ascend above the heights of the clouds, and I'll be like unto the Most High. Isaiah 14:14. I'll ascend above the heights of the clouds, and I'll be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble? That did shake kingdoms? That made the world as a wilderness and that destroyed the cities thereof? That opened not the houses of the prisoners? All the kings of the nation, even all of them, lie in glory, every one of them in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with the sword, that go down to the stones of the pit, as carcasses trodden under feet. Book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 19. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch. Book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 19. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, as the raiment of those who are slain, thrust through with the sword, that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land and slain thy people. The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. Isaiah 14:21. Prepare a slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they don't rise nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with their cities. Isaiah 14:21. For I'll raise up against them, saith YsaYahu, and cut off from Babylon the name, the remnant, the son, and the nephew, saith Yahweh. Say YsaYahu. I'll also make it a possession for the bitter and pools of water, and I'll sweep it with the besom of destruction, saith YsaYahu. And YsaYahu have sworn, saying, Surely as I have thought to, so shall it come to pass, and I've purposed it, so shall it stand. That I'll break the Assyrian in my land and upon the mountains, and tread him under feet. Then shall his yoke depart from off of them, and his burden depart from their shoulders. This is the purpose, that purpose upon the whole earth, and this is the hand that is stretched out upon all the nations. For YsaYahu has a purpose, and who shall disannul it? And his hand is stretched out, and who shall turn it back? Isaiah 14:28. In the year that King Ahaz died was this burden. Rejoice not thou, whole Palestina, because the rod of him that has smote thee is broken. For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a cockatrice, and his fruit shall be as a fiery serpent. And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down safely. And I'll kill the root with famine, and they shall slay the remnant. How, O gate, cry, O city, thou whole Palestina, art dissolved, for there shall come forth from the north a smoke, and none shall be alone at his appointed times. And what then shall one answer the messengers of the nation? That Yahweh has founded Zion, and the poor of his people shall trust in it. Isaiah 14:32. What shall one answer the messengers of the nation? That Yah has founded Zion, and the poor of his people shall trust in it. YsaYahu 15. The burden of Moab, because in the night air Moab is laid waste and brought to silence. Thus in the night Ker of Moab is laid waste and brought to silence. He's gone up to Bajith and to Debon, the high places, to weep. Moab shall howl over Nebo and over Medeba. On all their heads shall be baldness, and every beard cut off. And on the top of their houses and in their streets they shall gird themselves with sackcloth. Everyone shall howl, weeping abundantly. And Heshbon shall cry, and Elealeh. Their voice shall be heard even unto Jahaz. Therefore the armed soldiers of Moab shall cry out, and his life shall be grievous unto him. My heart shall cry out for Moab. His fugitives shall flee unto Zoar, and a heifer 3 years old. For by the mountain of Peluhith shall they go up. For in the way of Horonaim there shall raise up a cry of destruction. For the water of Nimrim shall be desolate. For the hay is withered away, the grass felleth, there's no green thing. Therefore the abundance that they have gotten in that which they laid up shall they carry away to the brook of the willows. But the cry is gone round about the borders of Moab, to the crying thereof of Nebai, unto Bir Nelaim. For the waters of Dimon shall be full of blood. For I'll bring more upon Dimon, lions upon them that escape of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land. YsaYahu 15:5. My heart shall cry out for Moab, his fugitives shall flee into Zoar, and heifer of 3 years old, for by the mountain up of Luith, with weeping shall they go up. For in the way of Horonaim they shall raise up a cry of destruction. For the waters of Nimrim shall be desolate, for the hay is withered away, the grass felleth, and there is no green thing. Therefore the abundance that they have gotten, and that which they laid up, shall be carried away to the brook of the widows. For the cry has gone around about the borders of Moab, the howling thereof of Egnaim, and the howling thereof of Bir-Elim. For the waters of Dimon shall be full of blood, for I'll bring more upon Dimon, lions upon them that escape of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land. YsaYahu chapter 16. Send ye the lamb to the ruler of the land, from Shelah to the wilderness, unto the mount of the daughter of Zion. For it shall be that as the wandering bird cast out of a nest, so the daughters of Moab shall be at the fords of Anah. Take counsel, execute judgment. Make thy shadow as the night in the midst of the noonday. Hide the outcast, be wary not of him that wandereth. Let mine outcast dwell with thee, Moab. Be thou a cover to them from the face of the spoiler. For the extortioner is at an end, the spoiler cease. The oppressors are consumed out of the land. And in mercy shall the throne be established, and in mercy shall the throne be established. And he shall sit upon it in truth in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking judgment, and hasting the righteous. We've heard of the pride of Moab. We've heard of the pride of Moab. He's very proud, and his wrath, but his lives shall not be so. Therefore shall Moab howl for Moab. Therefore shall Moab howl for Moab. Everyone shall howl. For the foundation of Kir-Hareseth shall he mourn. Surely they're stricken. YsaYahu 16:8. For the fields of Heshbon languish, and the vine of Sigma, the lords of the heathen, have broke down the principal plants thereof, and are come even unto Jazer. They wander through the wilderness. Her branches are stretched out, they're gone over the sea. Therefore I'll bewail with the weeping of Jazer and the vine of Sigma. I'll water thee with my tears, O Heshbon and Elealeh. For the shouting of thy summer fruits, and for thy harvest is fallen, and gladness is taken away, and joy out of the plentiful field. And in the vineyards there shall be no singing, neither there shall be shouting. The treaders shall tread out no wine in their presses. I've made their vintage shouting to cease. Wherefore my bowels shall howl like a sound of a harp from Moab. Isaiah 16:11. Wherefore my bowels shall sound like a harp from Moab, and my inward parts Isaiah 16:12. And it shall come to pass, when it seen that Moab is weary on the high place, that he shall come to his sanctuary to pray, but he shall not prevail. This is the word that Yahweh had spoken concerning Moab since that time. But now Yahweh hath spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of a hireling, and the glory of Moab shall be condemned with all that great multitude, and the remnant shall be very small and feeble. Isaiah 17. Burden of Damascus. Behold, Damascus is taken away, being a city, and it shall be a ruinous heap. Damascus is taken away from being a city, and it shall be a ruinous heap. The cities of Aroer are forsaken. They shall be for flocks, which shall lie down, and none shall make them afraid. The fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of Syria. For the fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus. But the fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant from Assyria. They shall be as the glory of the children of Israel, saith Yahweh Shabbat. And in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Jacob shall be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh shall wax lean. And it shall be as when the harvest man gathereth corn, and reapeth the ears with his arm, that it shall be as he that gathereth ears in the valley of Rephaim. Yet gleaning grapes shall be left in it, as the shaking of an olive tree. 2 or 3 berries in the top of the uppermost bough, 4 or 5 in the outmost fruitful branches thereof, saith Yahweh Elohim of Israel. And in that day shall a man look to his Maker, and his eyes shall have respect to the Holy One of Israel. And he shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, neither shall respect that which his fingers have made, neither the groves or the images. Isaiah 17:9. And in that day shall the strong cities be as a forsaken bough, and an uppermost branch, which they left because of the children of Israel, and there shall be desolation. Because thou hast forgotten the Elohim of thy salvation, and hast not been mindful of the rock of thy strength. Therefore shalt thou plant pleasant plants, and shalt set it all with strange slips. And in it shalt thou make thy plant to grow, and in the morning shalt thou make thy seed flourish. But the harvest shall be a heap in the day of grief and of desperate sorrow. Woe to the multitude of many people which make a noise like the noise of the seas, and to the rushing of the nations that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. The nations shall rush like the rushing of many waters, but Elohim shall rebuke them, and they shall flee far off, and shall be chased as a shaft of the mountains before the wind, and like a rolling thing before a whirlwind. And behold, at evening tide, trouble, and before the morning, he's not. This is the portion of them that spoil us, and the lot of them that rob us. YsaYahu 18. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that sendeth ambassadors by sea, even in vessels of bulrushes upon the water, saying, Go, ye swift messengers, to a nation scattered and peeled, to a people troubled from their beginning hitherto, a nation melted out and trodden down, whose land and rivers are spoiled. YsaYahu 18 and 3. All ye inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, see ye, when he lifted up an ensign on the mountains, and when he bloweth the trumpet, hear ye. For so Yahweh hath said unto me, I'll take my rest, and I'll consider in my dwelling place like a clear heat upon herbs, like a cloud of dew in the heat of the harvest. For the harvest, when the bud is perfect, and the sour grape is ripening on the flower, he shall both cut off the springs with pruning hooks, and take away and cut down the branches. He shall be left together unto the fowls of the mountains, and to the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall summer upon him, it shall be withered. YsaYahu 18 and 6. Then they shall be left together unto the fowls of the mountains, and unto the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall summer upon them, and all the beasts of the earth shall winter upon them. And at that time shall a present be brought to Yahweh of hosts of a people scattered and peeled, and from a people terrible from the beginning hitherto, to a nation melted out and trodden down underfoot, whose land the rivers have spoiled, the place of the name of Yahweh, Shabbat, to the Mount of Zion. YsaYahu 15. The burden of Moab, because in the night air Moab is laid waste and brought to silence. Because in the night Ker Moab is laid waste and brought to silence. He's gone up to Bajit and to Dibon, the high places, to weep. Moab shall howl over Nebo and over Medeba. On all their heads shall be baldness, and every beard cut off. And on the top of their houses and in their streets they shall gird themselves with sackcloth. Everyone shall howl, weeping abundantly. And Heshbon shall cry, and Elealeh, their voice shall be heard even unto Jahaz. Therefore the armed soldiers of Moab shall cry out, and his life shall be grievous unto him. My heart shall cry out for Moab. His fugitives shall flee unto Zoar in a heifer 3 years old. For by the mountain up Alohith shall they go up. For in the way of Horonaim there shall raise up a cry of destruction. For the water of Nimrim shall be desolate. For the hay is withered away, the grass felleth, there's no green thing. Therefore the abundance that they have gotten in that which they laid up shall they carry away to the brook of the willows. But the cry is gone round about the borders of Moab, to the crying there of Anebai, unto Bir Nelaim. For the waters of Dimon shall be full of blood. For I'll bring more upon Dimon, lions upon them that escape of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land. YsaYahu 15 and 5. My heart shall cry out for Moab. His fugitives shall flee into Zoar. an heifer of 3 years old. For by the mountain up of Luib, with weeping shall they go up. For in the way of Oraim they shall raise up a cry of destruction. For the waters of Nimrim shall be desolate, for the hay is withered away, the grass felleth, and there is no green thing. Therefore the abundance that they have gotten, and that which they laid up, shall be carried away to the brook of the widows. For the cry is gone around about the borders of Moab, the howling thereof of Egnaim, and the howling thereof of Beer-Elim. For the waters of Dimon shall be full of blood, for I'll bring more upon Dimon, lions upon them that escape of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land. YsaYahu chapter 16. Send ye the lamb to the ruler of the land, from Shelah to the wilderness, unto the mount of the daughter of Zion. For it shall be that as the wandering bird cast out of a nest, so the daughters of Moab shall be at the fords of Anan. Take counsel, execute judgment. Make thy shadow as the night in the midst of the noonday. Hide the outcast, be weary not of him that wandereth. Let mine outcast dwell with thee, Moab. Be thou covered to them from the face of the spoiler. For the extortioner is at an end, the spoiler cease. The oppressors are consumed out of the land. And in mercy shall the throne be established, and in mercy shall the throne be established, and he shall sit upon it in truth in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking judgment, and hasting the righteous. We've heard of the pride of Moab. We've heard of the pride of Moab. He's very proud, and his wrath, but his lies shall not be so. Therefore shall Moab howl for Moab. Therefore shall Moab howl for Moab. Everyone shall howl. For the foundation of Kir-Hareseth shall he mourn. Surely they're stricken. YsaYahu 16 and 8. For the fields of Heshbon languish, and the vine of Sigma, the lords of the heathen have broke down the principal plants thereof, and are come even unto Jazer. They wander through the wilderness. Her branches are stretched out, they're gone over the sea. Therefore I'll bewail with the weeping of Jazer and the vine of Sigma. I'll water thee with my tears, O Heshbon, and Elealeh. For the shouting of thy summer fruits, and for thy harvest is fallen, and gladness is taken away, and joy out of the plentiful field. And in the vineyards there shall be no singing, neither there shall be shouting. The treaders shall tread out no wine in their presses. I've made their vintage shouting to cease. Wherefore my bowels shall howl like a sound of a harp for Moab. Isaiah 16 and 11. Wherefore my bowels shall sound like a harp for Moab, in my inward parts. Isaiah 16 and 12. And it shall come to pass, when it's seen that Moab is weary on the high place, that he shall come to his sanctuary to pray, but he shall not prevail. This is the word that Yahweh had spoken concerning Moab since that time. But now Yahweh has spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of a hireling, and the glory of Moab shall be condemned with all that great multitude, and the remnant shall be very small and feeble. Isaiah 17. Burden of Damascus. Behold, Damascus is taken away, being a city, and it shall be a ruinous heap. Damascus is taken away from being a city, and it shall be a ruinous heap. The cities of Aroer are forsaken. They shall be for flocks, which shall lie down, and none shall make them afraid. The fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of Syria. For the fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus. For the fortress also shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant from Assyria. They shall be as the glory of the children of Israel, saith Yahweh Shabbat. And in that day it shall come to pass that the glory of Yaqub shall be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh shall wax lean. And it shall be as when the harvest man gathereth corn, and reapeth the ears with his arm, that it shall be as he that gathereth ears in the valley of Rephaim. Yet gleaming grapes shall be left in it, as the shaking of an olive tree. 2 or 3 berries in the top of the uppermost bough, 4 or 5 in the outmost fruitful branches thereof, saith Yahweh Elohim of Israel. And in that day shall a man look to his Maker, and his eyes shall have respect to the Holy One of Israel. And he shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, neither shall respect that which his fingers have made, neither the groves or the images. Isaiah 17 and 9. And in that day shall the strong cities be as a forsaken bough, and an uppermost branch, which they left because of the children of Israel, and there shall be desolation. Because thou hast forgotten the Elohim of thy salvation, and hast not been mindful of the rock of thy strength. Therefore shalt thou plant pleasant plants, and shalt set it all with strange slips. And in it shalt thou make thy plant to grow, and in the morning shalt thou make thy seed flourish. But the harvest shall be a heap in a day of grief and of desperate sorrow. Woe to the multitude of many people which make a noise like the noise of the seas, and to the rushing of the nations that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. The nations shall rush like the rushing of many waters, but Elohim shall rebuke them, and they shall flee far off, and shall be chased as a shaft of the mountains before the wind, and like a rolling thing before a whirlwind. And behold, at evening tide, trouble, and before the morning, he's not. This is the portion of them that spoil us, and the lot of them that rob us. YsaYahu 18. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Woe to the land shadowing with wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that sendeth ambassadors by sea, even in vessels of bulrushes upon the water, saying, Go, ye swift messengers, to a nation scattered and peeled, to a people troubled from their beginning hitherto, a nation melted out and trodden down, whose land and rivers are spoiled. YsaYahu 18 and 3. All ye inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, see ye, when he lifted up an ensign on the mountains, and when he bloweth the trumpet, hear ye. For so Yahweh had said unto me, I'll take my rest, and I'll consider in my dwelling place like a clear heat upon herbs, like a cloud of dew in the heat of the harvest. For afore the harvest, when the bud is perfect, and the sour grape is ripening on the flower, he shall both cut off the springs with pruning hooks, and take away and cut down the branches. He shall be left together unto the fowls of the mountains, and to the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall summer upon him, it shall be withered. YsaYahu 18 and 6. Then they shall be left together unto the fowls of the mountains, and unto the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall summer upon them. And all the beasts of the earth shall winter upon them. And at that time shall a present be brought to Yahweh of hosts of a people scattered in Peel, and from a people terrible from the beginning hitherto, to a nation melted out and trodden down underfoot, whose land the rivers have spoiled, the place of the name of Yahweh Shabbat, to the Mount of Zion. YsaYahu 19. The burden of Egypt. Behold, Ahijah rideth upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt, and the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence. And the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of it. And I will set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they shall fight every one against his brother, and every one against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. YsaYahu 11:3. And the spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof, and I'll destroy the counsel thereof. And they shall seek to idols, and to the charmers, and unto them that have familiar spirits, and to wizards. And the Egyptians I'll give over into the hand of a cruel lord, and of a fierce king shall rule over them. Thus saith Adonai Yahweh Sabaoth. And the waters shall fall from the sea, and the rivers shall be wasted and dried up, and they shall turn the rivers of far away. And the brooks of defense shall be emptied and dried up, and the reeds of the flags shall wither. And the paper reeds by the brooks, and the mouth of the brooks, and everything sown by the brooks shall wither, and shall be driven away and be no more. The fishers also shall mourn, and all they that cast angle into the brooks shall lament, and they that spread nets upon the water shall languish. Moreover, they that work in fine flax, and they that weave network shall be confounded, and they shall be broken in the purpose thereof, all that make sluices and ponds for fish. YsaYahu 19:11. Surely the princes of Zion are fools. The counsels of the wise counselors of Pharaoh is become brutish. How say ye unto Pharaoh, I'm the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings? Where are they? Where are thy wise men? And let them tell thee now, and let them know what Yahweh Sabaoth has purposed upon Egypt. The princes of Zon are become fools. Princes of Noph are deceived. They have also seduced Egypt, even they that are to stay of the tribes thereof. YsaYahu 19:14. Yahweh has mingled a perverse spirit in the midst thereof, and they have caused Egypt to err in every work thereof, as a drunken man staggereth in his vomit. Neither shall there be any work for Egypt, which the head or tail, branch or rush may do. In that day shall Egypt be like unto a woman, and it shall be afraid and fear because of the shaking of the hand of Yahweh Sabaoth, which he shall shake over it. And the land of Judah shall be a terror unto Egypt. Everyone that make mention thereof shall be afraid in himself, because of the counsel of Yahweh Sabaoth, which he hath determined against it. In that day shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan, and swear unto Yahweh Sabaoth. One shall be called the city of destruction. And in that day shall there be an altar unto the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof unto Yahweh. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto Yahweh Sabaoth in the land of Egypt. And they shall cry out unto Yahweh because of their oppressors, and shall send them a Savior, and a great one, and he shall deliver them. And Yahweh shall be known unto Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day, and shall do sacrifice and oblation. Yeah, they shall vow a vow unto Yah, and perform it. YsaYahu 19:22. And Yahweh shall smite Egypt, and he shall smite and heal it, and they shall return even unto Yahweh, and he shall be entreated of them, and shall heal them. And in that day there shall be no highway out of Egypt to Assyria. And the Assyrians shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptians into Assyria. And the Assyrians shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptians into Assyria. And the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. In that day shall Israel be third with Egypt and with Assyria. And in that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land, whom Yahweh Shabbat shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance. YsaYahu 20. In the year that Tartan came into Ashdod, when Sargon, the king of Assyria, sent him and fought against Ashdod and took it. At the same time spoke Yahweh by YsaYahu, the son of Amos, saying, Go loose the sackcloth from thy loins and put off thy shoes from thy foot. And he did so, walking naked and barefoot. And Yahweh said, Like as my servant YsaYahu have walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and a wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia, so shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptians prisoners and the Ethiopians captives, young and old, naked and barefoot, even with their buttocks uncovered, to the shame of Egypt. And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Ethiopia, their expectation, and Egypt, their glory. And the inhabitants of the isles shall say in that day, Behold, such is our expectation, whether we flee for help to be delivered from the king of Assyria. And how shall we escape? Isaiah chapter 21. The burden of the desert of the sea, as whirlwinds in the south pass through, so cometh forth the desert from the terrible land. A grievous vision is declared unto me. The treacherous dealer dealeth treacherously, and the spoiler spoileth. Go up, O Elon, besiege, O Media. All the sighing thereof I've made to cease. Therefore my loins are filled with pain. Pangs have taken hold upon me, as the pangs of a woman that travaileth. I was bowed down at the hearing of it, and I was dismayed at the seeing of it. YsaYahu 21:4. My heart panicked, fearfulness frightened me. The night of my pleasure have turned into fear unto me. Prepare the table, watch in the watchtower. Eat, drink, arise, ye princes, and anoint the shield. For thus have Adonai said unto me, Go set a watchman, and let him declare what he seeth. And he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, and a chariot of asses, and a chariot of camels. And he hearkened diligently with much heed. And he cried, A lion, my lord, I stand continually upon the watchtower in the daytime, and I'm set in my ward whole night. And behold, here cometh a chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, and all the graven images of her gods have been broken down unto the ground. O my threshing and my corn on my floor, that which I've heard of Yahweh Shabbat, Elohim of Israel, have I declared unto you. YsaYahu 21:11. The burden of Duma. He calleth to me out of Seir. Watchman, what of the night? And the watchman said, The morning cometh, and also the night. If you will inquire, inquire ye. Return, come. The burden upon Arabia. In the forest of Arabia shall ye lodge, you traveling companies of Dedanim. The inhabitants of the land of Tema brought water to him that was thirsty. They prevented with their bread him that fled. For they fled from the swords, from the drawn sword, and from the bent bow, and from the grievousness of war. For thus have Adonai said unto me, Within a year, according to the years of a hireling, and all the glory of Kedar shall fail. And the residue of the number of the archers of the mighty men of the children of Kedar shall be diminished. For Yahweh, Adonai of Israel, have spoken it. YsaYahu 21:16. For thus have Adonai said unto me, Within a year, according to the years of a hireling, and all the glory of Kedar shall fail. And the residue of the number of archers, the mighty men, the children of Kedar, shall be diminished, for Yahweh Elohim of Israel have spoken it. YsaYahu 22. The burden of the valley of vision. What aileth thee now, that thou art wholly gone up to the housetops, thou that art full of stirbs, a tumultuous city, a joyous city? Thy slain men are not slain with the sword or dead in battle. All thy rulers are fled together. They're bound by the archers. All that are found in thee are bound together, which have fled from afar. Therefore said I, look away from me, I'll weep bitterly. Labor not to comfort me because of the spoiling of the daughter of my people. Isaiah 22 and 5. For it is a day of trouble and of treading down and of perplexity by the Adonai Yahweh of Sabaoth in the valley of vision, breaking down the walls and crying to the mountains. And Elam bare the quiver with chariots of men and horsemen, and Kir uncovered the shield. And it shall come to pass that thy choicest valleys shall be full of chariots, and the horsemen of men shall set themselves in array at the gate. And he discovered the covering of Judah, and thou didst look in that day to the armor of the house of the forest. You've seen also the breaches of the city of David, that they are many. And you've gathered together the waters of the lower pool, and you've numbered the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses of you broken down to fortify the wall. You made also a ditch between the two walls for the water of the old pool, but you not looked unto the maker thereof, neither had respect unto him that fashioned it long ago. YsaYahu 22 and 12. And in that day did the Adonai Yahweh Sabaoth call to weeping, and to mourning, and to baldness, and to grinding with sackcloth. And behold, joy and gladness, slaying oxen and killing sheep, and eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. Isaiah 22 and 13. And behold, joy and gladness, slaying oxen, killing sheep, eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. YsaYahu 22 and 12. And in that day did the Adonai Yahweh of Sabaoth call to weeping and to mourning and to baldness and to girding with sackcloth. And behold, joy and gladness, slaying oxen and killing sheep, eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. And it was revealed in mine ears by the Elohim Yahweh Sabaoth. Surely this iniquity shall not be purged from you till ye die, saith the Adonai Yahweh of Sabaoth. And it was revealed in my ears by the Lord of hosts. Surely this iniquity shall not be purged from you until you die, saith the Adonai Yahweh. Thus saith the Adonai Yahweh Sabaoth, go get thee unto this treasurer, even unto Shebna, which is over the house, and say, what hast thou here? And who hast thou here, that thou hast hewed thee out of a sepulchre here, as he that hewn him out of a sepulchre on high, and have graven a habitation for himself in a rock? Behold, Yahweh will carry thee away, the Lord will carry thee away with a mighty captivity, and surely cover thee. He is surely violently toss and turn thee like a ball into a large country. There surely ye shall die. And there the chariots of thy glory shall be the shame in thy Lord's house. I'll drive thee from thy station, and from thy state he shall pull thee down. YsaYahu 22 and 20. And it shall come to pass in that day that I'll call my servant Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and I'll clothe him with thy robe, and I'll strengthen him with thy girdle, and I'll commit thy government into his hand, and he shall be the father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Yehudah. And the key of the house of Dawid will I lay upon his shoulder. So he shall open, and none shall shut. And the key of the house of Dawid will I lay upon his shoulder. So he shall open, and none shall shut. And he shall shut, and none shall open. And I'll fasten him as a nail in a sure place. He shall be for a glorious throne to his father's house. They shall hang upon him all the glory of his father's house. YsaYahu 22 and 24. And they shall hang upon him all the glory of his father's house, and the offspring of the issue, and the offspring of the issue. And in that day they shall lay upon him all the glory of his father's house, the offspring and the issue. All the vessels of small quantity, from the vessels of cups even to all the vessels of flagons. And in that day, saith Yahweh of Shabbat, shall the nail that's fastened in the sure place be removed, and be cut down and fall. And the burden that was upon it shall be cut off, for Yahweh hath spoken it. This is the book of YsaYahu, chapter 23. The miserable overthrow of Tyre and their unhappy return. The burden of Tyre. How, O you ships of Tarshish, for it's laid waste, so that there is no house, no entering in from the land of Chittim. Is revealed unto him. Be still, ye inhabitants of the isle, thou whom the merchants of Zidon that have passed over the sea have replenished. And by great waters the seed of Sihor, the harvest of the river, and by great waters the seed of Sihor, the harvest of the river is her revenue, and she's a mart of nations. Be thou ashamed, O Zidon, for the sea has spoken, even the strength of the sea, saying, I travail not, nor bring forth children, neither do I nourish up young men, nor bring up virgins. YsaYahu 23 and 5. As at the report concerning Egypt, so shall babies sorely pain at the report of Tyre. Pass ye over to Tarshish, howl ye inhabitants of the isles. Is this your joyous city, whose iniquity is of ancient days? Her own feet shall carry her afar off to sojourn. Who's taken this counsel against Tyre, the crowning city, whose merchants are princes, and whose traffickers are the honorable men of the earth? The Adonai of Shabbat has purposed it to sustain the pride of all glory, and to bring into contempt all the honorable of the earth. Pass through the land as a river, O daughter of Tarshish. There is no more strength. He stretched out his hand over the sea. He shook the kingdoms. Yahweh hath given commandment against the merchant city to destroy the strongholds thereof. And he said, thou shalt no more rejoice. O thou oppressed virgin, daughter of Zidon, arise, arise, pass over to Chittim. There also thou shalt have no rest. Behold the land of the Chaldeans. This people was not, until the Assyrian founded it for them that dwelt in the wilderness. They set up the towers thereof, and raised up the palaces thereof, and brought it to ruin. Howl, O ye ships of Tarshish, for your strength is laid waste. And it shall come to pass in that day that Tyre shall be forgotten 70 years according to the days of one king. And at the end of 70 years, Tyre shall sing as a harlot. Take a harp, go about the city, thou harlot. that's been forgotten. Make sweet melody, sing many songs, that thou mayest be remembered. And it shall come to pass that at the end of 70 years, that YsaYahu will visit Tyre, and she shall return to her hire, and shall commit fornication with all the kingdoms of the world upon the face of the earth. And her merchandise and her hire shall be holiness unto YsaYahu. And it shall not be treasured nor laid up, for her merchandise shall be for them that dwell before YsaYahu, to eat sufficiently and for desirable clothing. YsaYahu 24. Behold, YsaYahu maketh the earth empty, and make it waste, and turn it upside down, and scattereth abroad the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be as with the people, so with the Kohen, as with the servant, so with his master, as with the maid, so with her mistress, as with the buyer, so with the seller, as with the lender, so with the borrower, as with the taker of usury, so with the giver of usury unto him. YsaYahu 24:3. The land shall be utterly empty and utterly spoiled, for YsaYahu has spoken it. The earth mourneth and fade away. The world languisheth and fade away. The hardy people of the earth do languish. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they transgressed the Torah, changed the ordinance. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they've transgressed the Torah, changed the ordinance, and broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore have the curse devoured the earth, and they that dwell therein are desolate. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men left. YsaYahu 24:7. Isaiah 24:7. The new wine mourneth, the vine languisheth, all the merry-hearted do sigh. The noise of them that rejoice ended, the mirth of the Tebris ceased. The noise of them that rejoice ended, and the joy of the harp ceased. They shall not drink wine, strong drink shall be bitter for them to drink. The city of confusion is broken down. Every house is shut up, that no man may come in. There's a cry for wine in the streets. All joy is darkened. The mirth of the land is gone, and the city is left desolation, and the gate is smitten with destruction. When thus shall be in the midst of the land among the people, there shall be as a shaking of an olive tree, and a gleaning grapes when the vintage is done. They shall lift up their voice, they shall sing for the majesty YsaYahu. They shall cry aloud from the sea. Wherefore glorify you, YsaYahu, in the fires, even the name YsaYahu Elohim of Israel, in the isles of the sea. From the outermost parts of the earth we've heard songs, even glory to righteousness. But I said, my leanness, woe to me. The treacherous dealers have dealt treacherously. Yeah, the treacherous dealers have dealt very treacherously. Fear and the pit and the snare are upon you, O inhabitants of the earth. And it shall come to pass that he who fleeth from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit. And he that cometh up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For the windows from on high are open, and the foundation of the earth do shake. The earth is utterly broken down, and the earth is clean dissolved. The earth is moved exceedingly. The earth shall reel to and fro like a drunkard, and shall be removed like a cottage. And the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it'll fall, and not rise again. And the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall, and not rise again. It shall come to pass in that day that YsaYahu shall punish the hosts of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. And they shall be gathered together as prisoners are gathered together in a pit, and shall be shut up in the prison. And after many days shall they be visited. And the moon shall be confounded, and the sun ashamed. When Yahweh Savah shall reign in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem. YsaYahu 24 and 23. Then the moon shall be confounded and the sun ashamed. And Yahweh Savah shall reign in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem and before his ancients gloriously. YsaYahu 25. Ahaya, you're my Elohim. I'll exalt you. I'll praise your name. For you've done wonderful things. Your counsels of old are faithfulness and truth. For you've made a city a heap, a defense city a ruin, a palace of strangers to be no city. It shall never be built. Therefore shall the strong people glorify you. A city of terrible nations shall fear you. For thou hast been a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy in his distress, a refuge from the storm, a shadow from the heat, a blast of a terrible ones as a storm against the wall. Thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers as the heat in a dry place, even the heat with the shadow of a cloud. The terrible ones shall be brought low. YsaYahu 25 and 6. And in this mountain shall Yahweh Savah make unto all people a feast of fat things, a feast of wines on the lees of fat things, full of marrow, of wines of fat lees well refined. And he'll destroy in this mountain in the face of the covering of the cast of all people in the veil that spread over all nations. And he shall swallow up death in victory. And Adonai Yahweh shall wipe away the tears from all faces, and the rebuke of his people shall he take away from all the earth. For Yahweh hath spoken it. And it shall be said in that day, Lo, this is I Elohim. We've waited for him, and he will save us. This is Yahweh. We've waited for him. We'll be glad and rejoice in his salvation. And it shall be said in that day, Behold, this is I Elohim. We've waited for him, and he'll save us. This is Yahweh. We've waited for him. We'll be glad and rejoice in his salvation. For in this mountain shall the hand of Yahweh rest, and Moab shall be trodden down under him, even as straw is trodden down for the dunghill. And he shall spread forth his hands in the midst of them, as he that swimmeth spread forth his hands to swim. And he'll bring down their pride together with the spoils of their hands, and bring to the ground. And the fortress of the high fort of your wall shall he bring down, lay low, and bring to the ground, even to the dust. And the fortress of the high fort of your wall shall he bring down, lay low, and bring to the ground, even to the dust. YsaYahu 26. And in that day shall this song be sung in the land of Yehuda. We have a strong city, Yeshua. And in that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city, Yeshua will Elohim appoint for walls and bulwarks. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter in. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. Isaiah 26 and 4. Trust ye in Yahweh forever, for Yahweh is everlasting strength. For he bringeth down them that dwelleth on high. The lofty city he layeth low. He layeth low even to the ground. He bringeth even to the dust. The foot shall tread it down, and the feet of the poor, and the steps of the needy. The way of the just is uprightness. Thou most upright dost weigh the path of the just. Yeah, in the way of thy judgments, O Yah, have we waited for thee. The desire of our soul is to thy name, and to the remembrance of thee. With my soul have I desired thee in the night. Yeah, with my spirit within me will I seek thee early. For when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. For when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. Isaiah 26 and 10. Let favor be showed to the wicked, yet he'll not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly, and he will not behold the majesty of Yahweh. Yahweh, when my hand is lifted up, they'll not see, but they shall see and be ashamed for their envy at the people. And the fire of thine enemies shall devour. When thy hand is lifted up, they'll not see, but they shall see and be ashamed for their envy at the people. The fire of thine enemies shall devour. Isaiah 26:12. Yahweh, thou will ordain shalom for us, for thou also hast wrought all our works in us. Yahweh, our Elohim, other Adon besides thee have had dominion over us, but by thee only will we make mention of thy name. They're dead, they shall not live. They're deceased, they shall not rise. Therefore thou hast visited and destroyed them, and have made all their memory to perish. Thou hast increased the nation, thou art glorified. Thou hast removed it far unto all the ends of the earth. Yahweh, in trouble have they visited thee. They poured out a prayer when thy chastening was upon them, like as a woman with child that draweth near the time of her delivery is in pain, and crieth out in her pains. So we've been in thy sight, O Yahweh. We've been with child, we've been in pain. We, as it were, brought forth wind. We've not brought any deliverance in the earth, neither have the inhabitants of the world fallen. YsaYahu 26:18. We've been with child, we've been in pain. We have, as it were, brought forth wind. We've not wrought any deliverance in the earth, neither have the inhabitants of the world fallen. Thy dead men shall live, together with my dead body shall they arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in the dust. For thy dew is the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead. Thy dead men shall live, together with my dead body shall they arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in the dust. For thy dew is as the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead. Thy dead men shall live, together with my dead body shall they arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in dust. For thy dew is as the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead. Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers, and shut thy doors about thee. Hide thyself, as it were, for a little moment, until the indignation be overpast. Isaiah 26:21. For behold, Yahweh shall come out of his place and punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. The earth also shall disclose her blood, and shall no more cover her slain. YsaYahu 27. And in that day, Yah with his soaring great and strong sword punished Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent. And he shall slay the dragon that's in the sea. And in that day sing ye unto her a vineyard of red wine. I Yahweh do keep it and will water it every moment, lest any hurt it. I'll keep it night and day. Fury is not in me. Who would set the briars and thorns against me in battle? I go through them, I burn them together. Oh, let him take hold of my strength, that he may make peace with me, and he shall make shalom with me. He shall cause them that come of Jacob to take root. Israel shall blossom and bud, and fill the face of the world with fruit. As he smitten them, as he smote those that smote him, or as he slain according to the slaughter of them that are slain by him, in measure. When it shooteth forth, thou debate with it. He stayed his rough wind in the day of the east wind. YsaYahu 27:9. By this, therefore, shall the iniquity of Jacob be purged, and this is all the fruit to take away his sin. When he maketh all the stones of the altar as chalk stones that are beaten asunder, the groves and the images shall not stand up. Yet the defenced city shall be desolate, and the habitation forsaken, and left like a wilderness. There shall the calf be, and lie down and consume the branches thereof. When the burrows thereof are withered, they shall be broken off. The women come and set them on fire. For it is a people of no understanding. Therefore he that made them will not have mercy on them, and he that formed them will show them no favor. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh will beat off the channel of the river unto the stream of Egypt, and ye shall be gathered one by one, O ye children of Israel. YsaYahu 27:13. And it shall come to pass in that day that the great trumpet shall be blown, and they shall come which were ready to perish in the land of Assyria, and the outcasts of the land of Egypt, and shall worship Yahweh in the holy mount at Jerusalem. Isaiah 28. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, which are on the head of the fat valleys of them that are overcome with wine. Behold, Adonai have a mighty strong one, which as a tempest of hail, and a destroying storm as a flood of mighty waters overflowing, shall cast down to the earth with the hand. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden under feet, and the glorious beauty which is on the head of the fat valley shall be a fading flower, as the hasty fruit before the summer. When he look upon it, see it, while it's yet in his hand, eat it up. And in that day shall Yahweh Sabaoth be a crown of glory, and for a diadem of beauty to the residue of his people, and for a spirit of judgment to him that sitteth in judgment, and for strength to them that turn the battle to the gate. But they also have erred through wine and through strong drink out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They swallowed up a wine, they out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision and stumble in judgment, for all the tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so there's no place clean. Isaiah 28:9. Whom shall he teach knowledge, and to whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line. Here a little, and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people. To whom he said, this is the rest, wherewith you may cause the weary to rest. And this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. But the word of Yah was unto them, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line. Here a little, and there a little, that they might go and fall backward, and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of Yahweh, ye scornful men that rule this people in Jerusalem, because ye said, we made a covenant with death, and with hell we had agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. For we made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we hid ourselves. Therefore thus saith Adonai Yahweh, behold, I lay in Zion a foundation stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste. Judgment also I'll lay to the line, and righteousness to the plummet. And the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters shall overflow the hiding places. Your covenant with death shall be disannulled, and your agreement with hell shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, then you shall be trodden down by it. From the time that goeth forth it shall take you. For morning by morning shall it pass over, by day and by night, and it shall be a vexation, only to understand the report. For the bed is shorter than that man can stretch himself on it, and the covering narrower than that he can wrap himself in it. For Yah shall raise up as in the Mount Perazim, and he shall be wroth as in the valley of Gibeon, that he may do his work, his strange work, and bring to pass his act, his strange act. Now therefore, be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. For I've heard from Adonai, Yahweh Sabaoth, a consumption even determined upon the whole earth. Give ear and hear my voice. Hearken and hear my speech. Do the plowman plow all day to sow? Do he open and break the clots of his ground? When he had made plain the face thereof, do he not cast abroad the fitches and scatter the cumin, and cast in the principal wheat, and appoint the barley and rye in their place? For his Elohim instructeth him to discretion, and do teach him. For the fitches are not threshed with the threshing instrument, neither is a cartwheel turned about upon the cumin, but the fitches are beaten out with the staff, and the cumin with the rod. Red corn is bruised, because he will not ever be threshing in it, nor break it with the wheel of a cart, nor bruise it with his horse. This also cometh forth from YsaYahu, which is wonderful in counsel and excellent in working. Isaiah 29. Woe to Ariel, the city where David dwelt. Add year to year, let him kill sacrifices. Yet I'll distress Ariel, and there shall be heaviness and sorrow, and it shall be unto me as Ariel. And I'll camp against thee around about, and I'll lay siege against it with the mount, and I'll rise the forts against thee. Isaiah 29:4. And thou shalt be brought down and speak out of the ground, and thy speech shall be low out of the dust, and thy voice shall be as one that have a familiar spirit out of the ground, and thy speech shall whisper out of the dust. Moreover, the multitude of thy strangers shall be like a small dust, and the multitude of the terrible ones shall be as chaff that passes away. Yea, it shall be at an instant, suddenly. And thou shalt be visited by Yahweh Sabaoth with thunder and earthquake and great noise, and with a storm and with a tempest and a flame of devouring fire. And the multitude of all the nations that fight against Ariel, even all that fight against her, and her munition, and that distress her, shall be as a dream of a night vision. And it shall be even as when an hungry man dreameth, and behold, he eateth but awaketh, and his soul is empty. Or as when a thirsty man dreameth, and behold, he drinketh, but he awaketh, and behold, he's faint, and his soul hath an appetite. So shall the multitude of all the nations be that fight against Mount Zion. Say to yourselves and wonder, cry ye out and cry. They that are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. Isaiah 29:10. For Yahweh has poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and hath closed your eyes. Your prophets, your rulers, and your seers have he covered. And the vision of all has become unto you as the words of a book that's sealed, which men deliver to one that's learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it's sealed. And the book is delivered to him that's not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I'm not learned. Wherefore Adonai saith, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. For as much as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts far from me, and the fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. Therefore, behold, I'll proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from Yahweh, and their works are in the dark. And they say, who seeth us, and who knoweth us? YsaYahu 29:16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? Or shall the thing that's framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding? Is it not yet a very little while, and Lebanon shall be turned into a fruitful field, and the fruit of the field shall be esteemed as a forest? And in that day shall the deaf hear the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness. The meek also shall increase their joy in Yahweh, and the poor men shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. For the terrible one is brought to naught, and the scorner is consumed, and all that watch for iniquity are cut off. That man make an offender for the word, and lay a snare for him that reprove in the gate, and turn aside the just for a thing of naught. Therefore thus saith Yahweh, who have redeemed Abraham concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. But when he seeth his children, the work of my hand in the midst of them, they shall sanctify my name, and sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, the Kodesh of Jacob. And they should fear the Elohim of Israel. They also that erred in spirit shall come to understanding, and they that murmured shall learn doctrine. The book of YsaYahu, chapter number 30. Woe to the rebellious children, saith Yahweh, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit. They that may add sin to sin, that walk to go down to Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth, to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh, and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. Therefore shall the strength of Pharaoh be ashamed, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt be of confusion. YsaYahu 30:4. For his princes were at Zion, and his ambassadors came to Hanes. They were all ashamed of the people that could not profit them, nor be in help nor profit, but to shame and also a reproach. The burden of the beasts of the south, into the land of trouble and anguish, from whence come the young and the old lion, the viper and a fiery flying serpent. They'll carry their riches upon the shoulders of a young ass, and their treasures upon the bunches of camels, to a people that shall not profit them. Burden of the beasts of the south, into the land of trouble and anguish, from whence come the young and the old lion, the viper and the fiery serpent. Isaiah 30:6. The burden of the beasts of the south, into the land of trouble and anguish, from whence come the young and the old lion, the viper and the fiery flying serpent. They'll carry their riches upon the shoulders of a young ass, and their treasures upon the bunches of camels, to a people that shall not profit them. For the Egyptians shall help in vain, and to no purpose. YsaYahu 30:7. For the Egyptians shall carry in vain, and to no purpose. Therefore have I cried concerning this. Their strength is to sit still. Now go write it before them in a table, and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come, forever and ever. That this is a rebellious people, lying children, that will not hear the law of Yah, which say unto the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not to us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceit. Isaiah 30:11. Get you out of the way, turn aside out of the path, cause cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise this word, and trust in opposition and perverseness, and stay thereon. YsaYahu 30 and 13. Therefore this iniquity shall be to you as a breach, ready to fall, swelling out of a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly at an instant, as the breaking of a potter's vessel. He shall not spare, so that there shall not be found in the bursting of it. And he shall break it as the breaking of a potter's vessel that shall be broken into pieces. He shall not spare, that there shall not be found in the bursting of it, assured to take fire from the hearth, or to take water withal out of the pit. Thus saith Adonai Yahweh, Kodesh Israel. For thus saith Adonai Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel. In returning and rest shall you be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, and you and I. But ye said, no, for we shall flee upon horses. Therefore ye shall flee, and we'll ride upon the swift. Therefore they that pursue you will be swift. Swift. YsaYahu 30 and 17. 17. 1,000 shall flee at the rebuke of one, and at the rebuke of 5 ye shall flee, till ye be left as a beacon upon the top of a mountain, as an ensign upon a hill. And therefore will Yahweh wait, that he may be gracious unto you, and therefore he will be exalted, that he may have mercy upon you. For Yahweh is Elohim of judgment. Blessed are they that wait for him. For the people shall dwell in Zion at Jerusalem. Thou shalt weep no more. He will be very gracious unto thee. At the voice of thy cry, when he shall hear it, he'll answer thee.
There's no answer, you know.
YsaYahu 30 and 20.
Word.
Though Adonai give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into the corner anymore, but thy eyes shall see thy teachers. That's right. And thy ears shall hear the word behind thee, saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, when you turn to the right hand and when you turn to the left. Ye shall defile also the covering of thy graven images of silver, and the ornament of thy molten images of gold. Thou shalt cast them away as a minstrel's cloth, and thou shalt say unto it, get thee thence. Then shall he give the rain of thy seed, that thou shalt sow on the ground withal, and bread of the increase of the earth, and it shall be fat and plenteous. And in that day shall thy cattle feed in large pastures. Thy oxen likewise and young asses in the ear of the ground shall eat clean provender, which have been winnowed with the shovel and with the pan. Isaiah 30:25. And there shall be upon every high mountain and upon every high hill rivers and streams of water in the day of the great slaughter, when the towers shall fall. Moreover, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of 7 days in the day that Yahweh shall bind up the breach of his people, and healeth the stroke of their wound. Behold, the name of Yahweh cometh from afar, burning with his anger, and the burden thereof is heavy. His lips are full of indignation, and his tongue as a devouring fire. And his breath as an overflowing stream shall reach to the midst of the neck, to sift the nations with the sieve of vanity. And there shall be a bridle in the jaws of the people, causing them to err. And you shall have a song in the night, as when the holy solemnity was kept, and gladness of heart, as when one goeth with the pipe to come unto the mountain of Yahweh, the mighty one of Israel. And Yahweh shall cause his glorious voice to be heard, and shall show the lightning down of his arms, with the indignation of his anger, and with the flame of devouring fire, with scattering and tempests and hailstones. For through the voice of Yahweh shall the Assyrian be beaten down, which smote with the rod. And in every place where the grounded staff shall pass, which Yahweh shall lay upon them, it shall be with tabrets and harps, and in battles of shaking will he fight with it. For a Tophet is ordained of old. Yeah, for the king of it is prepared. He made it deep and large. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breath of Yahweh like a stream of brimstone doeth kindle it. Yes. This is the book of YsaYahu, chapter 31. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, and stay on horses and trust in chariots, because they're many, and in horsemen, because they're very strong. But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither do they seek Yahweh. But yet also is he wise, and will bring evil, and he'll not call back his words, but will arise against the house of the evildoers, and against the help of them that work in iniquity. YsaYahu 31:3. Now the Egyptians are men and not Elohim. Their horses are flesh and not ruah. When Yahweh shall stretch out his hand, both he that's helped shall fall, and he that's hoping shall fall down, and they shall all fail together. For thus saith Yahweh, for thus have Yahweh spoken unto me. Like as the lion, as a young lion roaring on his prey, when the multitude of shepherds is called forth. YsaYahu 31:4. For thus hath Yahweh spoken unto me, like as a lion and a young lion roaring on his prey, when a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him. He'll not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. So shall Yahweh Sabaoth come down to fight for Mount Zion, and for the hill thereof. As birds flying, so will Yahweh Sabaoth defend Jerusalem. Then also he'll deliver it, and passing it over he'll preserve it. YsaYahu 31:6. Turn ye unto him, from whom the children of Israel have deeply revolted. For in that day every man shall cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which your own hands have made unto you for a sin. Then shall the Assyrian fall with the sword, not of a mighty man, and the sword not of a mean man shall devour him. But he shall flee from the sword, and his young men shall be discomfited. And he shall pass over to his stronghold for fear, and his princes shall be afraid of the ensign. Then shall he pass over to his stronghold for fear, and his princes shall be afraid of the ensign, saith Yahweh, whose fire is in Zion, and his furnace in Jerusalem. The book of Isaiah, chapter 32. Behold, a king shall reign in righteousness, and princes shall rule in judgment. And a man shall be as in a hiding place from the wind, and a cover from the tempest, as rivers of water in a dry place, as a shadow of the great rock in a weary land. And the eyes of them that see shall not be dimmed, and the ears of them that hear shall hearken. The heart also of the rash shall understand knowledge, and the tongue of the stammerers shall be ready to speak plainly. The vile person shall be no more called liberal, nor the cruel said to be bountiful. YsaYahu 32:6. For the vile person shall speak villainy, and his heart will work iniquity, to practice hypocrisy, and to utter error against Yahweh, to make empty the soul of the hungry, and he'll cause the drink of the thirsty to fail. The instruments also of the cruel are evil. The instruments also of the cruel are evil. He devises wicked devices to destroy the poor with lying words, even when the needy seeketh right. But the liberal devises liberal things, and by the liberal things he shall stand. Rise up, you women that are at ease. Hear my voice, ye careless daughters. Give ear to my speech. But the vintage shall fail, and the gatherer shall not come. YsaYahu 32:10. Many days and many years shall you be troubled, ye careless women. But the vintage shall fail, and the gathering shall not come. YsaYahu 32:11. Troubled, ye women that are at ease, ye women that are at ease. Be troubled, ye careless ones. Strip you and make you bare. Strip you and make you bare. Be troubled, ye careless ones. And gird sackcloth on your loins. Gird sackcloth upon your loins. They shall lament for the treats, for the pleasant field, and for the fruitful vine. They shall lament for the treats, for the pleasant fields, for the fruitful vine. Upon the land of my people shall come up thorns and briars. Yeah, upon all the horses of joy, in a joyous city, because their palaces be forsaken. The multitude of the city shall be left. The forts and the towers shall be for dens forever. A joy of wild asses and a pasture of flocks. YsaYahu 32:15. Until the Spirit be poured upon us from on high. The wilderness shall be a fruitful field, and the fruitful field shall be counted for a forest. Then judgment shall dwell in the wilderness, and righteousness remain in the fruitful field. YsaYahu 32:17. And the work of the righteous shall be peace, and the effect of the righteous, quietness. And the work of the righteous shall be peace, and the effect of the righteous, quietness, and assurance forever. YsaYahu 32:18. And my people shall dwell in a peaceable habitation, and in sure dwellings and in quiet resting places. When it shall hail coming down on the forest, and the city shall be low in a low place. YsaYahu 32:20. Blessed are ye that sow beside all waters, that send forth there the feet of the ox and ass. Woe to thee that spoileth, and thou was not spoiled, and deal treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou shalt cease to spoil, then shalt thou be spoiled. When thou make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee. O Yahweh, be gracious unto us. We've waited for thee. Be thou their arm every morning, our salvation also in a time of trouble. Our Yeshua in a time of trouble. At the noise of the tumult, the people fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations were scattered. And your spoils shall be gathered like the gathering of the caterpillar. As the running to and fro a locust, shall he run upon them. Yahweh is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He's filled Zion with judgment and righteousness, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of Yahweh is his treasure. Behold, their valiant ones shall cry out. The ambassadors of peace shall weep bitterly. The highways lay waste. The wayfaring man ceases. He's broken the covenant. He's despised the cities. He regardeth no man. The earth mourneth and languishes. Lebanon is ashamed and hewn down. Sharon is like a wilderness, and Bashan and Carmel shake off their fruits. Now will I rise, saith Yahweh. Now will I be exalted. Now will I lift up myself. Ye shall conceive chaff, ye shall bring forth stubble. Your breath as fire shall devour you, and the people shall be as the burnings of lime. As thorns cut up shall they be burned in the fire. Isaiah 33:13. Hear ye that are far off what I've done, and ye that are near acknowledge my might. Sinners in Zion are afraid, fearfulness surprised the hypocrites. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Who among us shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He that walketh righteously and speaketh uprightly, he that despises the gain of oppressions, that shaketh the hands from holding the bribes, that stoppeth his ears from hearing blood, and shutteth his eyes from seeing evil. He shall dwell on high. His place of defense shall be the munitions of rocks. Bread shall be given him. His water shall be sure. Isaiah 33:17. Thine eyes shall see the King in his beauty. They shall behold the land as very far off. Thine heart shall meditate terror. Where's the scribe? Where's the receiver? Where's he that counted the towers? Thou shalt not see a fierce people, a people of a deeper speech than thou canst perceive, a stammering tongue that thou cannot understand, a stammering tongue that thou canst not understand. Look upon Zion, the cities of our solemnities. Thine eyes shall see Jerusalem a quiet habitation, a tabernacle that shall not be taken down. Not one of the stakes thereof shall ever be removed, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. But the glorious Yahweh shall be unto us a place of broad rivers and streams, wherein shall go no galley with oars, neither shall gallant ships pass thereby. YsaYahu 33:22. For Yahweh is our judge. Yahweh is our lawgiver. Yahweh is our king, and he shall yashal us. He will save us. Thy tacklings are loose. They cannot well strengthen the mast. They cannot spread the sail. Then is the prey of a great spoil divided. The lame take the prey, and the inhabitant shall not say, I'm sick. And the people that dwell therein shall be forgiven their iniquity. YsaYahu 34. Come near, ye nations, to hear, and hearken, ye people. Let the earth hear, and all that's therein in the world. Let the earth hear, and all that's there in the world, and all things that cometh forth of it. Let the earth hear, and all that's there in the world, and cometh forth of it. Come near, ye nations, to hear, and hearken, ye people. Let the earth hear, and all that's there in the world, and all things that come forth of it. For the indignation of Yahweh is upon all nations, and his fury upon all their armies. He's utterly destroyed them. He's delivered them unto the slaughter. Their slain also shall be cast out. The stink shall come up out of their carcasses, and the mountains shall be melted with their blood. And all the hosts of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, and all their hosts shall fall down as a leaf falleth from the vine, and as a falling fig from a fig tree. YsaYahu 34:5. For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idunia and upon the people of my curse to judgment. The sword of Yahweh is filled with blood. It's made fat with fatness, and with the blood of lambs and goats, and with the fat of the kidneys of rams. For Yahweh hath sacrificed in Mosul, and a great slaughter in the land of Edomia. And the unicorn shall come down with them, and the bullocks with the bulls, and their land shall be soaked with blood, and the dust made fat with fatness. YsaYahu 34 and 8. For it is the day of Yahweh's of vengeance. For it's the day of Yahweh's vengeance, and the year of recompenses for the controversy of Zion. And the streams thereof shall be turned to pitch, and the dust thereof to brimstone, and the land thereof shall become a burning pitch. And it shall not be quenched night or day, and the smoke thereof shall go up forever. From generation to generation it shall lie waste. None shall pass through it forever and ever. The cormorant and the bentor shall possess it. The owl also and the raven shall dwell in it. And he shall stretch out upon it the line of confusion and the stone of emptiness. They shall call the nobles thereof to the kingdom, but none shall be there, and all her princes shall be nothing. YsaYahu 34 and 13. And thorns shall come up in her palaces, nettles and brimbles in the fortresses thereof. Nettles and brimbles in the fortresses thereof. And it shall be an habitation of dragons, and a court for owls. And it shall be an habitation of dragons, and a court for owls. The wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the sayer shall cry to his fellows. The screech owl also shall rest there, and find for herself a place of rest. There shall the great owl make her nest, and lie and hatch and gather under her shadow. There shall the vultures be also gathered together, every one with her mate. YsaYahu 34 and 16. Seek ye out of the book of Yahweh and read. Seek ye out of the book of Yahweh and read. No one of these shall fail, none shall want her mate. For my mouth has commanded, and his spirit has gathered them. YsaYahu 34 and 17. He's casted the lot for them. His hand had divided it unto them by line. They shall possess it forever. From generation to generation they shall dwell therein. They shall possess it forever. From generation to generation shall they dwell therein. YsaYahu 35. The wilderness and the solitary place shall be glad for them, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. It shall blossom abundantly, and rejoice even with joy in singing. The joy of Lebanon shall be given unto it, the excellency of Carmel and Sharon, and they shall see the glory of Yahweh and the excellency of our Elohim. Strengthen ye the weak hands, and confirm the feeble knees. YsaYahu 35 and 4. Say unto them that are of a fearful heart, be strong, fear not. Behold, your Elohim will come with vengeance, even Elohim with the recompense. Behold, even Elohim with recompense, he will come and save you. And then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb shall sing. For in the wilderness shall the waters break out, and streams in the desert. And the parched ground shall become a pool, and the thirsty land springs of water, and the habitation of dragons, where they each lay, shall be grass, with reeds and rushes. YsaYahu 35 and 8. And the highway shall be there, and the way, it shall be called the way of holiness, and the highway shall be there, and the way. And it shall be called the way of holiness, and the highway shall be there, and the way. The highway shall be there, and the way. And it shall be called the way of holiness. The unclean shall not pass over it, but it shall be for those of the wayfaring men, though fools shall not err therein. YsaYahu 35:9. No lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast shall go up thereon, but the redeemed shall walk there. No lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast shall go up thereon. It shall not be found there, but the redeemed shall walk there. And the ransomed of Yahuwah shall return and come to Zion, with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness and sorrow, and sighing shall flee away. YsaYahu 35:10. It's Isaiah 35:10. And the ransom of Yahuwah shall return and come to Zion with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. YsaYahu 36. Now it came to pass in the 14th year, King Hezekiah, that Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came up against all the defense cities of Yehudah and took them. And the king of Assyria took Rabshakeh from Lachish to Jerusalem unto King Hezekiah with a great army. And he stood by the conduit of the upper pool and the highways of the fuller's field. Then came forth unto him Eliakim, Hilkiah's son, which was over the house, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah Asaph's son, the recorder. And Rabshakeh said unto him, Say now to Hezekiah, Thus saith the great king, the king of Assyria, What confidence is this wherein thou trustest? I say, sayest thou, but they're vain words. I have counsel and strength for war. Now whom do thou trust, that thou rebellest against me? YsaYahu 36:6. Lo, trustest thou in the staff of this broken reed on Egypt, wherein if a man lean, it'll go into his hand and pierce it? So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all that trust in him. But if thou say unto me that we trust in Yahuwah, our Elohim, is it not he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah had taken away, and said to Judah and Jerusalem, You shall worship before this altar? But if thou say unto me, We trust in Yahuwah, our Elohim, is it not he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah had taken away, and said to Judah and to Jerusalem, Ye shall worship before this altar? Now therefore give pledges, I pray thee, to my master the king of Assyria, and I give thee 2,000 horses, if thou be able on thy part to set riders upon them. How then would thou turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put thy trust on Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? Am I now come up without Yahuwah against this land to destroy it? Yahuwah said unto me, Go up against this land and destroy it. YsaYahu 36:10. Am I now come up without Yah against this land to destroy it? Yahuwah said unto me, Go up against this land and destroy it. Speak, I pray thee, unto thy servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and speak not unto us in the Yahudiya language, in the ears of the people that are on the wall. YsaYahu 36:12. But Rabshakeh said, Have my master sent me to thy master and to thee to speak these words? Have he not sent me to the men that sit upon the wall, that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss with you? Then Rabshakeh stood and cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language and said, Hear ye the words of the great king, the king of Assyria. Thus saith the king, let not Hezekiah deceive you, for he shall not be able to deliver you. Neither let Hezekiah make you trust in Yahweh, saying, Yah will surely deliver us, and shall not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria. Hearken not unto Hezekiah, for thus saith the king of Assyria, make an agreement with me, buy me a present, and come out to me, and eat ye every one of his vine, and every one of his fig tree, and drink ye every one of the waters of his own cistern, until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of corn and wine, a land of bread and vineyards. YsaYahu 36 and 18. Beware lest Hezekiah persuade you, saying, Yahweh will deliver us. Have any of the Elohim of the nations delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the Elohim of Hamath and of Atzfar? Where are the Elohim of Sepharim? And have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? YsaYahu 36 and 20. Who are they among all the Elohim of these lands that have delivered their land out of my hand, that Yahweh shall deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? They held their peace and answered unto him not a word, for the king's commandment was saying, answer him not. YsaYahu 36 and 22. Then came Eliakim the son of Hilkiah that was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder, to Hezekiah with their clothes rent, and told him the words of Rabshakeh. YsaYahu 37. And it came to pass, when King Hezekiah heard it, that he rent his clothes and covered himself with sackcloth and went into the house of Yahweh. And he sent Eliakim, who was over the household, to Shebna the scribe, and the elders of the priests covered with sackcloth, unto Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos. And they said unto him, thus saith Hezekiah, this day is a day of trouble and rebuke and blasphemy. For the children are come to the birth, and has not strength to bring forth. It may be that Yahweh thy Elohim will hear the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria, his master, sent to reproach the living Elohim, and will reprove the words which Yahweh thy Elohim have heard. Wherefore lift up thy prayer for the remnant that's left. So the servants of King Hezekiah came unto YsaYahu, and YsaYahu said unto him, thus shall ye say unto your master, thus saith Yahweh, be not afraid of the words that thou hast heard, wherewith the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. YsaYahu 37 and 7. Behold, I'll send a blast upon him, and he shall hear a rumor and turn to his own land. And I'll cause him to fall by the edge of the sword in his own land. YsaYahu 37 and 8. So Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. And he heard say concerning Taharka, the king of Ethiopia, he's come forth to make war with thee. And when he heard it, he sent messengers unto Hezekiah. Thus shall you speak to Hezekiah, king of Yehudah, saying, let not thy God, whom thou trustest, deceive thee. Isaiah 37 and 10. Thus shall ye speak to Hezekiah, king of Yehudah, saying, let not Elohim, who thou trustest, deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. YsaYahu 37 and 11. Behold, thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all the lands by destroying them utterly, and shall thou be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them which my fathers have destroyed, as Gozan and Haran and Rezeph and the children of Eden? Thou art Elohim, even thou alone of all the kingdoms of the earth, and thou hast made heaven and earth. Now therefore, O Yahweh our Elohim, save us from his hand, even thou only. Then Isaiah, the son of Amos, sent unto Hezekiah, saying, Thus saying Yahweh, Elohim of Israel, whereas thou hast prayed to me against Sennacherib, king of Assyria. This is the word which Yahweh spoken concerning him. The virgin daughter of Zion has despised thee and laughed thee to scorn. Jerusalem have shaken her head at thee. Whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? Against whom have thou exalted thy voice up and lifted thy eyes on high? Even against the Holy One of Israel. By thy servants have thou reproached Adonai, and hast said, By the multitude of my chariots I've come up to the height of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon. And I'll cut down the tall cedars thereof, and the choice fir trees thereof, and I'll enter into the heights of his border, and the forest of his Carmel. I've digged and drunk water, and with the sole of my feet I've dried up all the rivers of besieged palaces. Hast thou not heard long ago how I've done it, and of ancient times that I have formed it? Now have I brought it to pass, that thou shalt be laid to waste, to fenced cities into ruinous heaps. YsaYahu 37 and 27. Therefore their inhabitants were of small power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, and as green herb as the grass on the hilltops, as corn blasted. Therefore their inhabitants were of small power, and they were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, as a green herb as the grass on the hilltops, as corn blasted before it be grown up. But I know thy abode, and thy going out, and thy coming in, and thy rage against me, because thy rage against me, and thy tumult is come up unto my ears. Therefore I'll put my hook in thy nose, and my bridle in thy lips, and I'll turn thee back by the way which thou comest. And this shall be a sign unto thee. Ye shall eat this year, such as groweth of itself, and in the second year, that which springeth up of the same, and in the third year, sow ye and reap, and plant the vineyards, and eat the fruit thereof. YsaYahu 37 and 31. And the remnant that's escaped of the house of Judah shall take it root downward, and bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and they that escape out of Mount Zion. The zeal of Yahweh Sabaoth shall do this. Therefore saith Yahweh concerning the king of Assyria, Ye shall not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow there, nor come before it with shields, nor cast a bank against it. The book of Isaiah, chapter 37, verse 34. By the way that he came, by the same shall he return, and shall not come into this city, saith Yahweh. For I'll defend this city to save it for my own sake, and for my servant David's sake. Then the Malach of Yahweh went forth and smote the camp of the Assyrians, 185,000. YsaYahu 37 and 36. Then the Malach of Yahweh went forth and smote in the camp of the Assyrians, 185,000. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed and went and returned and dwelt at Nineveh. And it came to pass as he was worshiping in the house of Nisra, his Elohim, that Adramelech and Cherizah, his sons, smote him with the sword, and they escaped into the land of Armenia. And Esarhad and his son reigned in his stead. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 38. In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death, and YsaYahu the prophet, the son of Amos, came unto him, and said unto him, Thus saith Yahweh, Set thine house in order, but thou shalt die and not live. And Hezekiah turned his face towards the wall and prayed unto Yahweh. And he said, Remember now, Yahweh, I beseech thee, how I have walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore. Remember now, Yahweh, I beseech thee, how I have walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore. Then came the word of Yahweh to YsaYahu, saying, Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus saith Yahweh, the Elohim of David, thy father. I've heard thy prayer, and I've seen thy tears. Behold, I'll add unto thee 15 years. And I'll deliver thee and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And I'll defend this city. And this shall be a sign unto thee from Yahweh, that Yahweh shall do this thing that he had spoken. YsaYahu 38 and 8. Behold, I'll bring again the shadow of the degrees, which is gone down, and the sundial of Ahaz 10 degrees backwards. So the sun returned 10 degrees, by the which degrees it was gone down. The writing of Hezekiah, king of Yehudah, when he had been sick and was recovered of his sickness. YsaYahu 38 and 10. I said, in the cutting off of my days, I shall go to the gates of the grave. I'm deprived of the residue of my years. I said, I shall not see Yahweh, even Yahweh in the land of the living. I shall behold man no more with the inhabitants of the world. YsaYahu 38 and 12. My age is departed and removed from me like a shepherd's tent. I've cut off like a weaver my life. He'll cut me off with a pining sickness from day into night without making an end of me. I reckon to morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. From day into night without making an end of me, like a crane or a swallow. So I did chatter. I did mourn as a dove. My eyes failed with looking upward. Oh Yahweh, I'm oppressed, undertake for me. What shall I say? He have both spoken unto me, and he himself done it. I should go softly in my years in the bitterness of my soul. YsaYahu 38 and 16. O Yahweh, by these things men live, and in all these things is the life of my spirit. So wilt thou recover me and make me to live? Behold, for peace I had great bitterness, but thou hast in love to my soul delivered it from the pit of corruption. For thou hast cast all my sins behind thy back, for the grave cannot praise thee, death cannot celebrate thee. They that go down into the pit cannot hope for thy truth. The living, he shall praise thee as I do this day. The father to the children shall make known thy truth. YsaYahu 38 and 20. Yahweh was ready to save me. Therefore will we sing my songs to the stringed instruments all the days of our life in the house of Yahweh. For Isaiah has said, let them take a lump of figs and lay it for a plaster upon the boil, and he shall recover. Hezekiah also said, what is the sign that I shall go up into the house of Yahweh? YsaYahu 39. And at that time, Merodach-Baladan, the son of Ben-Hadad, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he had heard that he had been sick and was recovered. And Hezekiah was glad of them and showed them the house of his precious things. The silver, the gold, and the spices and precious ointment, and all the house of his armor, and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah showed him not. YsaYahu 39:3. Then came YsaYahu the prophet unto King Hezekiah and said unto him, What said these men, and from whence came they unto thee? And Hezekiah said, They come from a far country unto me, even from Babylon. Then he said, What have they seen in our house? And Hezekiah answered, All that's in my house they've seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I've not shown them. YsaYahu 39:5. Then said YsaYahu to Hezekiah, Hear the words of Yahweh Sabaoth. Behold, the day is come that all that's in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid up in store unto this day, shall be carried away to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith Yahweh. Behold, the day is come that all that's in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid up in store unto this day, shall be carried into Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith Yahweh. And of thy sons that shall issue from thee, which thou shalt beget, shall they take away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. Then said Hezekiah to Isaiah, Good is the word of Yahweh which thou hast spoken. He said, Moreover, for there shall be peace and truth in my days. Book of YsaYahu, chapter 40. Comfort ye my people, saith your Adonai. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned. For she's received of Yahweh's hand double for all her sins. YsaYahu 40:3. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, Prepare ye a way of Yahweh, make straight in the desert a highway for our Elohim. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. And the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. And the glory of Yahweh shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of Yah has spoken. The voice said, Cry. And he said, What shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the goodliness thereof is as the flower of the field, because the Spirit of Yahweh bloweth upon it. Surely the people is grass. The grass withereth, and the flower fadeth, but the word of your Elohim shall stand forever. O Zion, that bringest the good tidings, get thee up unto the high mountains. O Jerusalem, that bringeth good tidings, lift up thy voice with strength, lift it up. Be not afraid to say unto the cities of Judah, Behold, the Adonai Yahweh will come with a strong hand, and his arm shall rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather the lambs with his arm and carry them into his bosom, and shall gently lead those that are with young. Who's measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and meted out heaven with a span, comprehended the dust of the earth in a measure, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance. Who directed the Spirit of Yahweh, or been his counselor and have taught him? YsaYahu 40:14. With whom took he counsel, and who instructed him, and taught him in the path of judgment, taught him knowledge, and showed him the way of understanding? The nations are as a drop of a bucket, and are counted as the dust of a small balance. He taketh up the isles, as a very little thing. Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beast thereof sufficient for a burnt offering. All nations before him are as nothing, and they are counted to him as less than nothing and vanity. To whom then will you liken him, or what likeness will you compare him unto? The workman melted a graven image, and the goldsmith spreaded it over with gold, and casted silver chains. YsaYahu 40 and 20. He that so impoverished that he have no oblation, chooseth a tree that will not rot, seeking unto him a cunning workman to prepare a graven image that should not be moved. Have you not known? Have you not heard? Have it not been told to you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It's he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretch out the heavens as a curtain, and spread them out as a tent to dwell in, that bringeth the princes to nothing. He maketh the judges of the earth as vanity. Yeah, they shall not be planted. Yeah, they shall not be sown. Yeah, their stock shall not take root in the earth. And he shall also blow upon them, and they shall wither, and a whirlwind shall take them away as stubble. To whom then will you liken me? Or shall I be equal, saith the Holy One? Lift up your eyes on high, and behold who created these things, that bring out the host by number. He calleth upon them all by names, by the greatness of his might. But he's strong in power, not one faileth. Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speaketh, O Israel? My way is hidden from Yahweh, and my judgment is passed over from Elohim. Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting Elohim, Yahweh, creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary, there's no searching of his understanding. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might, he increases strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young man shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon Yahweh shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. YsaYahu 41. Keep silence before me, O islands. Renew their strength. Let him come near, then let him speak. Let us come near together to judgment. Who's raised up the righteous man from the east, and called him to his foot, gave the nations before him, and have made him rule over kings. He gave him as dust to his sword, and as driven stubble to his bow. He pursued them and passed safely, even by the way that he had not gone with his feet. Who's wrought and done it, called the generations from the beginning? I, Yahweh, the first and the last, I am he. I, Yahweh, the first and with the last, I'm he. The owl saw it and feared. The ends of the earth were afraid, drew near and came. They helped everyone his neighbor, and everyone said to his brother, be of good courage. So the carpenter encouraged the goldsmith, and he that smootheth with the hammer him that smote the anvil, saying, it's ready for the soldering. And he fastened it with nails, that it should not be moved. Thou, Israel, art my servant. Be thou, Israel, my servant, Jacob, who I've chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. YsaYahu 41 and 9. Thou, whom I've taken from the ends of the earth, and called thee from the chief men thereof, and said unto thee, Thou, my servant, I've chosen thee, and not cast thee away. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy Elohim. I strengthen thee, I'll help thee. Yea, I'll uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish. Thou shalt seek them, and shall not find them. Even them that contended with thee, they that war with thee, shall be as nothing, and as naught. Yahweh thy Elohim will hold thy right hand and say unto thee, Fear not, for I'll help thee. Fear not, thou worm of Jacob, ye men of Israel. I'll help thee, saith Yahweh, and redeem the Holy One of Israel. I'll make thee a new sharp threshing instrument. Thou shalt thresh the mountain and beat them small, and make the hills a shaft. Thou shalt bend them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them. And thou shalt rejoice in Yahweh, and shalt glory in the Kodesh of Israel. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue filleth for thirst, I, Yahweh, will hear them. I, the Elohim of Israel, will not forsake them. YsaYahu 41:18. I'll open rivers in high places and fountains in the midst of the valleys, and I'll make the wilderness a pool of water, and the dry land springs of water. I'll plant in the wilderness the cedar, the shittim tree, the myrtle, and the oil tree. And I'll set in the desert the fir tree and the pine and the box tree together, that they may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of Yahweh has done this, and the Kodesh of Israel has created it. Produce your cause, saith Yahweh. Bring forth your strong reasons, saith the Melech of Yahu. YsaYahu 41:22. Let them bring them forth and show us what shall happen. Let them show us the former things, what they be, that we may consider them, and know the latter end of, or declare us things for to come. YsaYahu 41:23. Show the things that are to come hereafter, that we may know that ye are Elohim. Yea, do good or do evil, that we may be dismayed and behold it together. YsaYahu 41:24. Behold, you are nothing, and your work is of naught, and an abomination is he that chooseth you. YsaYahu 41:25. I've raised up one from the north, and he shall come from the rising of the sun. He shall call upon my name, and he shall come upon princes as upon mortar, and as the potter treadeth clay. YsaYahu 41:26. Who declared from the beginning that we may know, and before time that we may say he's righteous. Yeah, there's none that showeth. Yeah, there's none that declareth. Yeah, there's none that heareth your words. The first shall say to Zion, Behold, behold him, and I'll give to Jerusalem one that bringeth good tidings. For I beheld, and when I asked of them, there was no man even among them, and there was no counselor that, when I asked them, could answer a word. YsaYahu 41:29. Behold, they're all vanity. Their works are nothing. Their molten images are wind and confusion. Their molten images are wind and confusion. YsaYahu 42. Behold my servant whom I uphold, mine elect whom my soul delighteth. I put my spirit upon him, and he shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. Behold my servant whom I uphold, my elect whom my soul delighteth. I put my spirit upon him, and he shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the streets. The bruised reed shall not break, and the smoking flax shall he not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. He shall not fail nor be discouraged till he set judgment in the earth, and the isles shall wait for his law. Thus saith the LEVITICUS, he that created the heavens and stretched them out, he that spreadeth the earth and that which cometh out of it, he that giveth breath unto the people upon it, and spirit to them that walk therein. I, Yahweh, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prisons, to open the blind eyes and bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I am Yahweh, that's my name, and my glory I'll not give to another. I am Yahweh, that's my name, and my glory I'll not give to another, either my praise to graven images. Behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things do I declare. Before they spring forth, I tell you of them. Sing unto Yahweh a new song, his praise from the end of the earth. Ye that go down to the sea, and all that therein, and the isles and the inhabitants thereof. YsaYahu 42:11. Let the wilderness and the cities thereof lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar do inhabit. Let the inhabitants of the rock sing. Let them shout from the top of the mountains. Let them give glory unto Yahweh, and declare his praise in the islands. Yahweh shall go forth as a mighty man. He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. He shall cry, yeah, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies. YsaYahu 42:14. I have a long time holding my peace. I've been still and refrained myself. Now I'll cry like a travailing woman, and I'll destroy and devour at once. I'll make waste mountains and hills, and dry up all their herbs, and I'll make the rivers islands, and I'll dry up the pools, and I'll bring the blind by a way that they knew not, and I'll lead them in paths they have not known. I'll make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. These things will I do unto them, and not forsaken them. They shall be turned back. They shall be greatly ashamed that trust in graven images, that say to the molten images, ye are gods. Hear ye deaf, and look ye blind, that you may see. Who's blind is my servant, or deaf is my messenger that I sent? Who's blind is he that's perfect, and blind is Yah's servant. Seeing many things, but observeth not. Opening the ears, but heareth not. Yahweh is well pleased for his righteousness' sake. He'll magnify the law and make it honorable. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They're all of them snared in holes, and they're hid in prison houses. They for a prey and none deliver, for a spoil and none say restore. Who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to the robbers? Did not Yahweh? He against whom we've sinned. For they walk not in his ways, neither were they obedient to his law. For they walk not in his ways, neither were they obedient to his law. YsaYahu 42 and 25. Therefore, he poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of battle. Therefore, he's poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of battle, and have set him on fire around about. Yet he knew it not, and it burned him, yet he laid it not to heart. The book of Isaiah, chapter 44. Yet now hear, O Yaakov, my servant, and Israel, who I've chosen. Thus saith Yahweh, that has made thee and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Yaakov, my servant, and thou Yasharon, whom I've chosen. For I'll pour water upon him that's thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground. And I'll pour my spirit upon thy seed, and my blessings upon thine offspring. And they shall spring up as among the grass, as willows by the watercourses. One shall say, I'm Yahweh's, and another shall call himself by the name of Yaakov. And another shall subscribe with his hand unto Yahweh, and surname himself by the name of Yasharah. Thus saith Yahweh, King of Yasharal, and his Redeemer, Yahweh Sabaoth. I'm the first and the last, and beside me there is no Elohim. YsaYahu 44 and 7. And who is I shall call and declare it and set it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people, and the things that are coming and shall come, let them show unto them. YsaYahu 44 and 8. 4 and 8. Fear ye not, neither be afraid. Have I not told you from that time and declared it? Ye are even my witnesses. There is no Eloah beside me. There is no rock. I know not any. Oh, not any. They that make a graven image are all of them vanity, and their delectable things shall not profit, and they are their own witnesses. They see not nor know that they should be ashamed, who's formed in hell or molten a graven image that's profitable for nothing. Behold, all his fellows should be ashamed, and the workmen, they are of men. Let them all be gathered together, but let them stand up. They shall fear and be ashamed together. The smith with tongs both works in the coals, and fashions it with hammers, and works it with the strength of his arms. Yeah, he's hungry and his strength fails, and he drinks no water and is faint. YsaYahu 44 and 13. The carpenter stretches out his rule, and he marks it out with the line. He fits it with planes, and he marks it out with the compass, and makes it after the figure of a man, according to the beauty of a man, that it may remain in his house. He shortens him down cedars and takes the cypress and the oak, which he strengthens for himself among the trees in the forest. He plants an ash, and the rain nourishes it. He hews himself down cedars and takes the cypress and the oak, which he strengthens for himself among the trees of the forest. He plants an ash, and the rain nourishes it. Then shall it be for a man to burn, for he'll take thereof and warm himself. Yeah, he'll kindle it and bake bread. Yeah, he'll make an hell and worship it. Yeah, he makes it a graven image and falls down thereto. He burns part of it with the fire. With part thereof he eats flesh, he roasts, and is satisfied. Yeah, he warms himself and says, I'm warm. I've seen the fire. And the remnant thereof he makes a god. Even his graven image, he falls down unto it and worships it and prays unto it and says, deliver me, for you my God. YsaYahu 44:18. They've not known nor understood, for he shut their eyes that they can see, and their hearts that they can't understand. And none considers in his own heart, neither is there knowledge nor understanding to say, I've burned part of it in the fire. Yeah, also I've break bread upon the coals thereof, and I've roasted flesh and eaten it. And shall I make the remnant thereof an abomination? Shall I fall down to the stock of a tree? He feeds on ashes, and a deceived heart has turned him aside. He cannot deliver his soul, nor say, is there a lie in my right hand? YsaYahu 44:21. Remember these, O Yaakov and Yisrael, for you're my servant, and I formed you. You're my servant, O Yisrael. You shall not be forgotten of me. I've blotted out as a thick cloud your transgressions, and as a cloud your sins. Return unto me, for I've redeemed you. Sing, O ye heavens, for Yahuwah has done it. Shout, you lower parts of the earth. Break forth in the singing, O you mountains, O forests, and every tree therein. Yahweh has redeemed Yaakov, and glorified himself in Yasharal. Thus saith Yahweh, your Redeemer, and he that formed you from the womb. I'm Yahweh, that makes all things, that stretches forth the heavens alone, that spreads abroad the earth by myself, that frustrates the tokens of the liars and make the diviners mad, that turn wise men backwards and make their knowledge foolish, that confirms the word of his servant and performs the counsel of his messengers, that says to Yerushalayim, ye shall be inhabited, and to the cities of Yahud, ye shall be built, and I'll raise up the decayed places thereof. That says to the deep, be dry, and I'll dry up your rivers. YsaYahu 44:28. That saith to Cyprus, he's my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure. Even said to Yerushalayim, thou shalt be built, and to the temple thy foundation shall be laid. Faith. Yahu 45. Thus saith Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose hand I've holded to subdue nations before him. And I'll loose the loins of kings to open before him the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I'll go before thee and make the crooked places straight. I'll break into pieces the gates of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron. And I'll give thee the treasures of darkness and the hidden treasures of secret places, that thou may know that I am Yahweh, which called thee by thy name, the Elohim of Israel. YsaYahu 45:4. For Yaakov, my servant's sake, and Israel, my elect, I've called thee by thy name, and I've surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me. YsaYahu 45:5. For I'm Yahweh, and there is none else. There is no Elohim beside me. I girded thee, though thou hast not known me. The book of Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 5. For I am Yahweh, there is none else. There is no Elohim beside me. I girded thee, though thou hast not known me. That they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west, that there is none beside me. I am Yahweh. and there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things. YsaYahu 45 and 8. Drop down, ye heavens from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. Woe unto him that saith to his father, what begettest thou? Or to the woman, whose brought thou forth? Thus saith Yahweh, the Kodesh one of Israel and his maker. Ask me of things to come concerning my sons, and concerning the work of my hands. Command ye me. I have made the earth and created man upon it. I, even my hands, have stretched out the heavens, and all their hosts have I command. I've raised him up in righteousness, and I will direct all his ways. He shall build my city, and he shall let go my captives, not for a price, nor for a reward, saith Yahweh Sabaoth. Thus saith Yahweh, the labor of Egypt, and the merchandise of Ethiopia, and of the Sabians, men of stature, shall come over unto thee, and they shall be thine, and they shall come after thee in chains. They shall come over, and they shall fall down unto thee, and they shall make supplication unto thee, saying, surely El is in thee, and there is none else. There is no other Elohim. O Elohim of Israel, Yasha, verily thou art El that hideth thyself. O Elohim of Israel, the Savior. YsaYahu 45 and 16. They shall be ashamed and also confounded. All of them shall go to confusion together that are makers of idols. But Israel shall be saved in Yahuwah with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end. YsaYahu 45 and 18. Thus saith Yahweh that created the heavens, Elohim himself that formed the earth and made it. He have established it. He created it not in vain. He formed it to be inhabited. I'm Yahweh, and there is none else. YsaYahu 45 and 19. I've not spoken in secret in dark places of the earth. I said not to the seed of Jacob, seek me in vain. I, Yahweh, speak righteousness. I declare things that are right. Assemble yourselves and come draw near together, ye that are escaped of the nations. They have no knowledge that set up the wood of their graven image, and pray unto an El that cannot Yeshua, and pray unto the God that cannot save. YsaYahu 45 and 21. Tell ye, and bring them near. Yeah, let them take counsel together, who have declared this from ancient time, who've told it from that time. Have not I, Yahweh, and there is no Elohim beside me, a just El, a Savior, there's none beside me. Isaiah 45 and 22. Look unto me and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth. For I'm El, and there is none else. I've sworn by myself, the word is going out of my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return. That unto me every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall swear. Surely one will say, in Yahweh I have righteousness and strength. Even to him shall men come, and all that are incensed against him shall be ashamed. YsaYahu 45 and 25. In Yahweh shall all the seed of Israel be justified and shall glory. YsaYahu 46. Baal boweth down, Nebo stupid. Their idols were upon the beast and upon the cattle. Your carriages were heavy laden. They're burdened to the weary beast. They stooped, they bowed down together. They could not deliver the burden, but themselves are gone into captivity. Hearken unto me, O house of Jacob, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, which are born from me from the belly, which are carried from the womb. Even to your old age I'm he, and even to hoary hairs I'll carry you. I made, I'll bear, and even I'll carry and deliver you. To whom will you liken me, and make me equal, and compare me, that we may be alike? They lavish gold out of their bag, and weigh silver in the balance, and hire a goldsmith, and he maketh it to God. They fall down, yeah, they worship. They bear him upon the shoulder, they carry him and set him in his place. And he standeth from his place, he'll not remove. Yeah, one shall cry unto him, yet he can't answer nor save him out of his trouble. Remember this and show yourselves men, and bring it to mind, O ye transgressors. YsaYahu 46:9. Remember the former things of old. For I'm El, and there is none else. For I'm Elohim, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I'll do all my pleasure. Calling a ravenous bird from the east, the man that executed my counsel from a far country. Yeah, I've spoken it, I'll also bring it to pass. I've purposed it, and I will also do it. Hearken unto me, you stout-hearted that are far from righteousness. I bring near my righteousness, it shall not be far off, and my salvation shall not tarry. And I'll place salvation in Zion, for Israel, my glory. Isaiah 47. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There's no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, but thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal. Uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yeah, thy shame shall be seen, and I'll take vengeance and not meet thee as a man. For our Redeemer, Yahweh Sabaoth, is his name. Hodesh of Israel. Sit thou in silence and get thee in the darkness, O daughter of Chaldeans. For thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. I was wroth with my people and polluted mine inheritance and given them into thy hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancients have thou very heavily laid thy yoke. And thou saidst thou shalt be a lady forever. Thou didst not lay these things to thy heart, neither did remember the latter end of it. Therefore hear now this, thou that art given to pleasures, that dwelleth carelessly, that saith in thine heart, I am, and there's none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day. The loss of children and widowhood, they shall come upon thee in their perfection, for the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thine enchantments. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness, and thou hast said, none seeth me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. And thou hast said in thy heart, I am, and none else beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee, and thou shalt not know from whence it is risen. And mischief shall fall upon thee, and thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. YsaYahu 47:12. Stand now with thine enchantments and with thy multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. If so thou shalt be able to profit, if so thou mayest prevail. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, and monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from the things that shall come upon thee. Behold, they shall be as stubble. The fire shall burn them, and they shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm at, nor a fire to sit before. Thus shall they be unto thee with whom thou hast labored, and even thy merchants. From thy youth they shall wander, every one to his quarter, and none shall save thee. YsaYahu 49. Listen, O isles, unto me, and hearken, ye people from far. Yahweh have called me from the womb, from the bowels of my mother has he made mention of my name. And he have made my mouth like a sharp sword, in the shadow of his hand has he hid me, and made me a polished shaft, in his quiver have he hid me, and said unto me, Thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I'll be glorified. Then I said, I've labored in vain, I've spent my strength for naught, and in vain. Yet surely my judgment is with Yahweh, and my work with my Elohim. Now saith Yahweh that employed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Though Israel be not gathered yet, and shall I be glorious in the eyes of Yahweh, and my Elohim shall be my strength. Yet Israel be not gathered, my Elohim shall be my strength. And he said, It's a light thing that thou shalt be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved of Israel. I'll also give thee for a light unto the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Thus saith Yahweh, the Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One, to whom man despises, to whom the nations abhorreth, to a servant of rulers of kings. YsaYahu 49:7. Thus saith Yahweh, the Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One, to whom man despises, and to whom the nations abhorreth, to a servant of rulers. Kings shall arise, and princes also shall worship, because Yahweh, that is faithful, and the Holy One of Israel, and he shall choose thee. Thus saith Yahweh, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation have I helped thee, and I'll preserve thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people to establish the earth, to cause to inherit desolate heritages. YsaYahu 49:9. That thou mayest say to the prisoners, Go forth. To them that are in darkness, go show yourselves. They shall feed in the ways, and their pastures shall be in all high places. They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun smite them. For he that hath mercy on them shall lead them, even by the springs of water shall he guide them. And I'll make my mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted. Behold, these shall come from afar, and lo, these shall come from the north and from the west, and these from the land of Sinim. YsaYahu 49:13. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountain. For Yahweh hath confirmed his people, and will have mercy upon his afflicted. Yahweh hath forsaken me, and my Adonai hath forgotten me. But Zion said, the Lord has forsaken me. YsaYahu 49:15. Can a woman forget her suckling child that she cannot have compassion on the son of her woe? And they may forget, yet I'll not forget thee. Behold, I've graven thee upon the palm of my hands. Thy walls are continually before me. Thy children shall make haste, thy destroyers and they that make thee waste shall go forth for thee. YsaYahu 49:18. Lift up thy eyes around about and behold, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. As I live, saith Yahweh, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with an ornament, and bind them on thee as a bride doeth. YsaYahu 49:18. Lift up thy eyes around about and behold, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. As I live, saith Yahweh, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with an ornament, and bind them on thee as a bride doeth. For thy waste and thy desolate places, and the land of thy destruction, shall even now be too narrow by reason of the inhabitants, and they that swallowed thee up shall be far away. The children which thou shalt have after thou hast lost the other shall say again in thy ears, the place is too strait for me. Give me a place that I may dwell. Then thou shalt say in thy heart, who begot me these? Seeing I've lost my children, and am desolate, captive, and removing to and fro. And who have brought up these? Behold, I was left alone. These, where had they been? Thus saith Adonai Yahweh, behold, I'll lift up my hand to the Gentiles, and set up my standard to the people. And they shall bring thy sons in thy arms, and thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. YsaYahu 49:23. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and queens thy nursing mothers. And they shall bow down to thee with their face towards the earth, and lick up the dust of thy feet. And thou shalt know that I am Yahweh. But they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive delivered? But thus saith Yahweh, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I'll contend with him that contendeth with thee, and I'll save thy children. And I'll feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood as with sweet wine, and all the flesh shall know. For I, Yahweh, am Yahshua, and thy Redeemer. Isaiah 49:26. And I'll feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and I'll feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood as with sweet wine. And all flesh shall know that I, Yahweh, am thy Yahshua, thy Gala, the Abir of Yaakov. And all flesh shall know, for I, Yahweh, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Yaakov. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 50. Thus saith Yahweh, where is the bill of your mother's divorcement, whom I put away? Behold, for your iniquities you sold yourselves, and for your transgressions your mothers put away. Which of my creditors is it to whom I sold you? Behold, for your iniquities you sold yourselves, and for your transgressions your mothers put away. Wherefore when I came there was no man, when I called there was none to answer. Is my hand shortened at all that I can't redeem? Or have I no power to deliver? Behold, at my rebuke I dry up the sea. I make the rivers a wilderness. Their fish stinketh, because there's no water, and they die of the thirst. I clothe the heavens with blackness, and I make sackcloth their covering. The Adonai Yahweh have given me a tongue to learn, that I should know how to speak a word in his season to him that's weary. He waketh morning by morning. He waketh my ear to hear as to learn. The Adonai Yahweh have opened mine ear, and I was not rebellious, neither turned back away. Give my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting. Isaiah 50 and 7. But Adonai Yahweh will help me, therefore shall I not be confounded. Therefore I've set my face like flint, and I know I shall not be ashamed. He's near that justifieth me. Who will contend with me? Let us stand together. Who's mine adversary? Let him come near. Behold, Adonai Yahweh help me. So who's he that shall condemn me? Lo, they all shall wax old as a garment, and a moth shall eat them up. Who's among you that feareth Yahweh? Obey the voice of his servant that walketh in darkness and have no light. Let him trust in the name of Yahweh and stay upon his Elohim. Behold, all ye that kindle a fire that compasses yourself around about with sparks. Walk in the light of your fire, and in the sparks that ye've kindled. This shall ye have of my hand. Ye shall lie down in sorrow. YsaYahu 51. Hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek Yahweh. Look unto the rock from which ye hewn, and to the hole of the pit where it should dig. Look unto Abraham, your father, and unto Sarah that bare you, and call him alone, and bless him, and increase him. For Yahweh shall comfort Zion. He'll comfort her waste places. He'll make her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of Yahweh. And gladness shall be found therein, thanksgiving and the voice of melody. YsaYahu 51 and 4. Hearken unto me, my people, and give ear unto me, O my nation. For a law shall proceed from me, and I'll make my judgment to rest for a light of the people. YsaYahu 51 and 5. My righteousness is near, my salvation is gone forth. My arm shall judge the people. The owls shall wait upon me, and on my arm shall they trust. Lift up your eyes to the heaven, and look upon the earth beneath, for the heaven shall vanish away like smoke, and they that dwell therein shall die in like manner. YsaYahu 51 and 6. Lift up your eyes to heaven, and look upon the earth beneath, for the heaven shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment, and they that dwell therein shall die in like manner. But my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not be abolished. Hearken unto me, ye that know righteousness, the people in whose heart is my law. Fear ye not the reproach of men, neither be afraid of their rivalings. For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them like wool. But my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. YsaYahu 51 and 9. Awake, awake, put on my strength, O arm of Yahweh. Awake as in the ancient days, in the generations of old. Art thou not it that had cut Rahab and wounded the dragon? Art thou not it which have dried the sea, the waters of the great deep, that have made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over? Therefore the redeemed of Yahuwah shall return, and come with singing to Zion. And an everlasting joy shall be upon their head, and they shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. YsaYahu 51:12. For I, even I, am he that comforts you. Who art thou, that thou should be afraid of a man that shall die? And the Son of Man, which shall be made as grass? And forgetteth Yahuwah, thy maker, that hath stretched forth the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, and hath feared continually every day, because of the fury of the oppressor, as if he were already to destroy. And where is the fury of the oppressor? Isaiah 51:14. The captive exile hasten, that he may be loosed, and that he should not die in the pit, nor that his bread should fail. But I'm Yahuwah, the El Elohim, that divided the sea, whose waves roared, the Elohim of hosts. Yahweh Sabaoth is his name. YsaYahu 51:16. I've put my words in thy mouth, and I've covered thee in the shadow of my hand, that I may plant the heaven and lay the foundations of the earth, and say unto Zion, thou art my people. Awake, awake, O Jerusalem, which has drunk at the hand of Yahuwah cup of his fury. Thou hast drunk in the dregs of the cup of trembling, and wrung them out. There's none to guide her among all the sons whom she's brought forth. Neither is there any that taketh her by the hand of all the sons she brought forth. These two things have come to thee, who shall be sorry for thee: desolation and destruction, and famine by the sword. By whom shall I comfort thee? Thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of the streets, as a wild bull in a net. They're full of the fury of Yahuwah, the rebuke of thy Elohim. Therefore hear now this, thou afflicted and drunken, but not with wine. Thus saith thy Adon, the Elohim that pleadeth the cause of his people. Behold, I've taken out of thine hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury. Thou shalt drink it no more again, but I'll put it into the hand of them that afflict thee, which have said to thy soul, bow down that we may go over. Thou hast laid thy body as the ground, and as the street to them that went over. The book of Isaiah, chapter 52. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. For henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust, arise and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. For thus saith Yahuwah, ye sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. For thus saith Adonai Yahweh. My people went down aforetime in their Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian oppressed them without cause. Now therefore what have I here, saith Yahuwah, that my people is taken away for naught? They that rule over them make them howl, saith Yahuwah, and my name continually every day is blasphemed. YsaYahu 52:6. Therefore my people shall know my name. Therefore they shall know in that day that I am he that doeth speak. Behold, it is I. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, Elohim reigneth. Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice with the voice together, so that they sing. But they shall see eye to eye, when Yahweh shall bring again Zion. Break forth in the joy, singing together. Ye waste places of Jerusalem, for Yahweh hath comforted his people. He hath redeemed Jerusalem. Yahweh hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our Elohim. YsaYahu 52:11. Depart ye, go out from thence. Touch no unclean thing. Go out ye of the midst of her, and be ye clean, that bear the vessel of Yahweh. For ye shall not go out with haste, nor go by flight, but Yahweh will go before you. The Elohim of Israel shall be your reward. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently. He shall be exalted and extolled, and be very high. As many were astonished at thee, his visage was so marred more than any man, and his form more than any of the sons of man. So shall he sprinkle many nations, and the kings shall shut their mouths at him. For that which had not been told them, they shall see, and that which they have not heard, they shall consider. YsaYahu 53. Who have believed our report, and to whom is the arm of Yahweh revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, as a root out of the dry ground. He hath no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we shall desire him. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him, and he was despised, and we esteemed him not. YsaYahu 53:4. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we did esteem him stricken and smitten of Elohim and afflicted. He was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we're healed. All we are like sheep have gone astray. We've turned everyone to his own way, and Yahweh laid on him the iniquities of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was brought as a lamb to the slaughter. As a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living, and for the transgressions of my people he was stricken. And he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. YsaYahu 53:10. Yet it pleased Yah to bruise him. He had put him to grief. And when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of Yahweh shall prosper in his hand. YsaYahu 53:11. He shall see the travail of his soul and be satisfied. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I'll divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he's poured out his soul on the deaf, and he was numbered with the transgressors. And he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. YsaYahu 54. Sing, O barren, thou that did not bear. Break forth into singing and cry aloud, thou that didn't travail with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, saith Yahweh. Enlarge the place of thy tent and stretch forth the curtains of thine habitation. Spare not, lengthen thy cords and strengthen thy stakes. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither shall thou be confounded, for thou shalt not be put to shame, for thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and thou shalt not remember the reproach of thy widowhood anymore. For thy Maker is thine husband, Yahweh Shabbat is his name, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. The Elohim of the whole earth shall he be called. The Elohim hath called thee as a woman forsaken and grieved in spirit, and as a wife of youth when thou wast refused, saith Elohim. For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. YsaYahu 54 and 8. In the little raft I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith Yahweh thy Redeemer. But this is the waters of Noah unto me. For I have sworn that the waters of Noah shall no more go over the earth. So have I sworn that I should not be wroth with thee nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart and the hills shall be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from thee. Neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, saith Yahweh that have mercy upon me. YsaYahu 54 and 11. O thou afflicted, tossed with a tempest and not comforted, behold, I'll lay thy stone with fair colors, and lay thy foundations with sapphires. And I'll make thy windows of agates and thy gates of carbuncles, and all thy borders of pleasant stones. And all thy children shall be taught of Yahweh, and great shall be the peace of thy children. In righteousness shalt thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression, for thou shalt not fear, and terror it shall not come near thee. Behold, they shall surely gather together, but not by me. Whosoever shall gather together against thee shall fall for thy sake. Behold, I've created a smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I've created the water to destroy. YsaYahu 54 and 17. No weapon that's formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment shalt thou condemn. This is the inheritance of the servants of the Adonai, and their righteousness is the righteousness of me, saith Yahweh. YsaYahu 55. O everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters, and he that have no money, come ye, buy and eat. Yeah, come buy water and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which satisfieth not? Hearken diligently unto me, and eat thee that which is good, and that your soul delight in fatness. Incline your ear, and come unto me and hear, and your soul shall live, and I'll make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of Dawid. Behold, I've given him a sure witness to the people. a commander and a leader to the people. Behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not. Nations that knew not thee shall run unto thee, for Yahweh thy Elohim, and for the Kodesh of Israel, for he has glorified thee. Seek ye Yahweh while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man in his thoughts. And let him return unto Ahia, and he have mercy upon him. And let him return unto Elohim, for he'll abundantly pardon. But my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith Yahweh. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain cometh down and the snow from heaven, and returneth not thither, but water the earth, and make it bring forth and birth, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. And it shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I pleased, and it shall prosper in the thing wherein I sent it. For ye shall go out with joy, and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you in the singing, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the briar shall come up the myrtle tree, and it shall be to Yahweh for a name, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off. Isaiah 56. Thus saith Yahweh, keep ye judgment and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this, and the son of man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and keeping his hand from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger which have joined himself unto Yahweh speak, saying, Yah hath utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuchs say, behold, I'm a dry tree. Thus saith Yahweh unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbaths, and choose the things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Isaiah 56 and 5. Even unto them will I give within my house and within my walls a place and a name, better than sons and daughters. I'll give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also the son of the stranger that joined himself unto Yahweh to serve him, and to love the name of Yahweh, and be his servant. Everyone that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and take hold on my covenant. YsaYahu 56 and 7. Even them I'll bring into my holy mountain. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon mine altar, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. For my house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. The Adonai Yahweh that gathered the outcasts of Israel said, yet will I gather others to him beside those that are gathered unto him. All ye beasts of the field, come to devour. Yeah, all you beasts in the forest. His watchmen are blind. They're all ignorant. They're all dumb dogs, sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. Yeah, they're greedy dogs that could never have enough. They are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way, everyone for his gain from his quarter. Come ye, they say, and fetch wine, and we'll fill ourselves with strong drink, and tomorrow shall be as this day and much more abundant. YsaYahu 57. The righteous perishes, and no man layeth the heart, and merciful men are taken away, none considering that the righteous is taken away from the evil to come. He shall enter into peace. They shall rest in their beds, each one walking in his uprightness. But draw nigh hither, ye sons of the sorcerers, the seed of the adulterer and the whore, the seed of the adulterer and the whore. YsaYahu 57:4. Against whom do you sport yourselves? Against whom do you sport yourselves? Against whom do you make wide your mouth and draw out your tongue? Are ye not the children of transgression, a seed of falsehood, inflaming yourselves with idols under every green tree, slaying the children in the valleys under cliffs of the rocks? Among the smooth stones of the streams is thy portion, they that are thy lot. Even to them as thou poured out a drink offering, thou hast offered a meat offering. Should I receive comfort in these? YsaYahu 57:7. Upon thy lofty and high mountain have I set thy bed, even thither went thou up to offer sacrifice. Behind the doors also in thy posts hast thou set up thine remembrance, but thou hast delivered thyself. YsaYahu 57:8. Behold, the doors also and the posts have thou set up thy remembrance, but thou hast discovered thyself to another than me, and art gone up. Thou hast enlarged thy bed and made thee a covenant with them. Thou lovest thy bed without sorcery, and thou went to the king with the ointment and did increase thy perfumes, and didst send thy messengers afar off, even unto hell, and did debase thyself. YsaYahu 57:10. Thou art wearied in the greatness of thy way, yet says thou not, there is no hope. Thou hast found the life of thy hand, therefore I've not grieved. And who hast thou been afraid or feared, that thou hast lied and hast not remembered me, not laid it to heart? Have I not held my peace even to old, and thou hast feared me not? I'll declare my righteousness and thy works, but they shall not profit thee. And when thou criest, let thy companies deliver thee, but the wind shall carry them all away. But he that putteth his trust in me shall possess the land and inherit my holy mountain, and shall say, cast ye up and prepare the way. Take up the stumbling block out of the way of my people. YsaYahu 57:15. But thus saith the high and lofty one that inhabit eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in a high and holy place with him also of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble and revive the heart of the contrite ones. For I'll not contend forever, neither will I always be wroth, but the spirit shall fall before me in the soul which I have made. For the iniquity of his covetousness was I wroth and smote him. And now he hid me and was wroth. And he went on frowardly in the way ahead. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 58. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Yaqub their sins. Yet they seek me daily, and delight to know my ways as a nation that did righteousness, and forsook not the ordinances of their Elohim. They ask of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching Elohim. Wherefore we fasted, they say, and thou seest not. Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou hast taken no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast you find pleasure, and exact all your labors. Behold, ye fast for strife and debate, to smite with the fist of wickedness. You don't fast this day to make your voice heard on high. Is it such a fast that I've chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, and to spread a sackcloth with ashes under him? Wilt thou call this a fast, and an acceptable day of Yahweh? Is this not the fast that I've chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover 'em, and that thou hide not thyself from thy own flesh. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thy health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of Yahweh shall be thy reward. Then shalt thou call, and Yahweh shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, and putting forth the finger and speaking vanity, if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as noonday. And Yahweh shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make the fat of thy bones. And thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of the paths to dwell in. YsaYahu 58:13. For if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy own pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of Yahweh honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I'll cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob, thy father, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. The book of YsaYahu, chapter 59. Behold, Yahweh's hand is not shortened that he can't save, neither is his ear heavy that he cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and your Elohim. And your sins have hid his face from you, that he'll not hear. And your sins have hid his face from you, and he'll not hear. For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies, and your tongue hath muttered perverseness. None calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. Isaiah 58:5. They hatch cockatrice eggs and weave the spider's web. He that eateth their eggs dieth, and that which is crushed breaketh out into a viper. The book of Isaiah 59, verse 6. Their web shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are the works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are the thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their paths. Isaiah 59 and 8. The way of peace they've not known. There's no judgment in their doings. They've made them crooked paths. Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace. Therefore judgment is far from us, neither do justice overtake us. We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. We grope for the wall like the blind. We grope for the wall like the blind. And we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the night. We're in desolate places as dead men. We're in desolate places as dead men. We're in desolate places as dead men. We roar all like bears and mourn sore like doves. We look for judgment, but there is none. For salvation, but it's far off from us. For our transgressions are multiplied before thee, and our sins testify against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities, we know them. In transgression and lying against Yahweh, and departing from the way of our Elohim, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood. Words of falsehood. Isaiah 59 and 14. And judgment is turned back away, and justice standeth afar off. For the truth is fallen in the streets, and iniquity can't enter. Yeah, truth faileth, and he that departeth from evil make himself a prey. And Yahweh saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment. YsaYahu 59 and 16. And he saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore his arm brought salvation unto him, and his righteousness sustained him. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and a helmet of salvation upon his head. And he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak. YsaYahu 59 and 17. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and a helmet of salvation upon his head. And he put on garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak. According to their deeds, accordingly he'll repay. Fury to his adversary, recompense to his enemies. Isaiah 59 and 18. According to their deeds, accordingly he'll repay. Fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the islands he'll repay a recompense. So shall they fear the name of Yah from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, and the spirit of Yahweh shall lift up a standard against him. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and unto them that turn transgression from Jacob, saith Yahweh. As for me, this is my covenant with them, saith Yahweh. YsaYahu 59 and 21. My spirit that is upon thee, and my words which I have put in thy mouth, shall not depart out of thy mouth, nor out of the mouth of thy seed, nor out of the mouth of thy seed's seed, saith Yahweh, from henceforth forever. YsaYahu, chapter 60. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen upon thee. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But Yahweh shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. YsaYahu 60 and 3. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and the kings to the brightness of thy rising. Lift up thy eyes round about and see all they that gather themselves together, they that come unto thee. And thy son shall come from afar, and thy daughter shall be nursed by thy side. Then thou shalt see the flow together, and thine heart shall fear and be enlarged, because of the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee. The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee. The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall show forth the praises of Yahweh. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee. And all the rams of Nebathah shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on mine altar, and I'll glorify the house of my glory. Isaiah 60 and 8. Who are these that fly as a cloud and as the doves to their windows? Surely the isles shall wait on me, and the ships of Tarshish first shall bring thy son from afar, their silver and their gold with them, unto the name of Yahweh, ZACHARIAH, and to the Kodesh El of Israel, because he has glorified thee. And thy sons of the strangers shall build up thy walls, their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor I've had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, that their kings may be brought. For the nation and the kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall utterly be wasted. The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, and the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I'll make the place of my feet glorious. The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee, and all thee that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet, and they shall call thee the city of Yahweh, Zion, the Holy One of Israel. Whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee. YsaYahu 60 and 15. Whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee, I'll make thee an eternal excellency, the joy of many generations. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles, and shalt suck the breast of kings, and thou shalt know that I am Yahweh, thy Elohim, thy Yasha, thy Gala, the mighty one of Yakub. For I am Yah, thy Savior, thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. For I, Yah, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Yakub. For brass I'll bring gold, and for iron I'll bring silver, for wood, brass, and for stones, iron. I'll also make the officers peace, and thine exactors righteous. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders. Thou shalt call thy walls salvation, and thy gates praise. The sun shall no more be thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee. But Yahweh shall be unto thee an everlasting light, and thy Elohim thy glory. Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh shall be thy everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be righteous, they shall inherit the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. YsaYahu 60 and 20. Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall the moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh shall be thine everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. For I, Yahweh, will hasten it in its time. YsaYahu 60 and 22. A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. For I, Yahweh, will hasten it in its time. The book of Isaiah, chapter 61. The spirit of Adonai Yahweh is upon me, because Yahweh has anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. The spirit of Adonai Yahweh is upon me, because Yahweh had appointed me to preach good tidings to the meek. He sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and to open the prison to them that are bound. To proclaim the acceptable year, Yahweh, and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all that mourn, to to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, and to give to them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning. YsaYahu 66. Thus saith Yahweh, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that you build unto me? And where is the place of my rest? For all those things have my hands made, and all those things have been, saith Yahweh. But to this man I'll look, even to him that's poor, and of a contrite spirit, and trembleth at my word. He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrifices a lamb is as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offended an oblation, as if he offered swine's blood. He that burneth an incense is as if he blessed an idol. Yet they've chosen their own ways, and their souls delighted in their abomination. I also will choose their delusions, and I'll bring their fears upon them. Because when I called, none did answer. When I spake, they didn't hear. But they did evil before my eyes, and chose that which I delighteth not. YsaYahu 66. Hear thee the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yahweh be glorified, but he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed. A voice of noise from the city, and a voice from the temple, a voice of Yahweh that rendered the recompense to his enemy. Before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a man-child. Who've heard such a thing? Who've seen such things? Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? Or shall a nation be born at once? As so Zion prevailed, she brought forth her children. YsaYahu 66 and 9. Shall I bring to the birth, and not cause to bring forth, saith Yahweh? Shall I cause to bring forth, and shut the womb, saith the Elohim? YsaYahu 66 and 10. Rejoice ye with Jerusalem, and be glad with her. All ye that love her rejoice for joy with her. All ye that mourn for her, that ye may suck and be satisfied with the breasts of her consolations, that ye may milk out and be delighted with the abundance of her glory. For thus saith Yahweh, behold, I'll extend peace to her like a river, and the glory of the Gentiles like a flowing stream. Then shall ye suck, ye shall be borne upon her sides, and be dandled upon her knees. As one whom his mother comforts, so I'll comfort you, and ye shall be comforted in Jerusalem. And when ye see this, your heart shall rejoice, and your bones shall flourish like an herb. And the hand of Yahweh shall be towards his servants, and his indignation towards his enemy. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by the sword would Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yah shall be many. YsaYahu 66 and 17. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abominations and the mouse, shall be consumed together, saith Yahweh. YsaYahu 66 and 18. For I know their works and their thoughts, and it shall come that I'll gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. YsaYahu 66 and 19. I'll set an ensign among them, and I'll send those that escape of them unto the nations that draw the bow, to Tarshish, Pool, and Lud that draw the bow, to Tubal and Juval, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have they seen my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles. YsaYahu 66 and 20. And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto Yahuwah out of all nations upon horses and upon chariots and litters and upon mules and upon swift beasts to my holy mountain, Jerusalem, saith Yahuwah. As the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel unto the house of Yahuwah. YsaYahu 66 and 22. And I will also take of them for priests and for Levites, saith Yahuwah. As for the new heavens and the new earth which I'll make shall remain before me. As for the new heavens and the new earth which I'll make shall remain before me, saith Yahuwah. So shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith Yahuwah. YsaYahu 66 and 24. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorrent to all flesh.